Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the team at Retailers Association of India, welcome to Retail Learning and Development Summit 2022. Over the last 2 years, we have experienced and survived change that we could never ever have imagined would engulf us in the manner it has. And the fact that we are here at this summit is proof that we are adaptable, have embraced change, and are prepared for even more changes that are certain to come our way, whatever avatar they may choose to take. And so, we need to be future and change ready, building adaptability, critical thinking, teamwork, and resilience into our teams and organizations' DNA to help us thrive in the post-pandemic world. And so, over the next 2 days, thought leaders, captains of retail, and the learning and development heads will try and navigate their way forward through our theme, What's Next? Building a Future-Ready Learning Organization. Eminent author, Dr. Steve Maraboli, has written, "Life doesn't get easier or more forgiving. We get stronger and more resilient." And on that very positive note, I shall request Mr. Kumar Rajagopalan, Chief Executive Officer, Retailers Association of India, to welcome you to Retail Learning and Development Summit 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Kumar Rajagopalan.
Namaskar, good afternoon and welcome everyone. It's one of those sessions where all of us will hopefully go out with lots more learning and development for our own selves. I am looking forward to these sessions because it brings in the best of minds in the retail industry and also from industries that can help the retail industry. We've got a whole lot of speakers. We've got this set of people who are thinkers, and hopefully all their years of experience will culminate into all of us taking up new paths and new discoveries as we go along this path called retail. There are a few thoughts and a few concepts that I'd like to bring in for us to then take forward and see if some of them can make sense for all of us. The first thought is around digitization. Fact is that digitization was a concept that was spoken about for the longest period. However, this COVID has ensured that all of us, irrespective of the class of socioeconomic background that we come from or the level of learning that we come from, have adopted digitization. From the very old, that's an 80-year-old human being, to a small child, have learned new ways of communicating with each other with digital devices and digital assets. Many a times we used to keep hearing that old people do not adopt digitization, but COVID proved us wrong. Fact is that they learned how to talk to each other. They learned suddenly that they could use the time to be able to communicate with people really far away from them. They also learned how to relate with individuals much better thanks to digital means. And they learned how to make payments. They learned how to buy items into their houses. So various people have learned new things. And I believe that this concept around digitization is going to change the way we retail to our consumers, because the consumers have become much more learned. I hope that the day would give better understanding of how digitization is in the minds of retail businesses and how this is getting transported onto the thought processes of various individuals who work with us to create a collective capability that's far more digitized than where we were 2 years before. So that's the first part. The second part is about the thought that this also offers the ability to create collective learning frameworks. I just leave this as a thought, and I hope that people who talk post me and people who are gathered here would be able to then take this forward. My understanding is in the modern day, everything is about shared resources. Everything is about distributed resources. Therefore, learning initiatives and learning standards could also be as distributed resources. We could create building so that anybody from anywhere could really take up this initiative and go further on. This would also mean possibly a common learning management process that all of us could then use for easier interoperability. The fact of the case is that the pandemic has also created new aspirations in the minds of individuals. It's created new ideas around work-life balances, and also it's created its own amount of people who would want to possibly leave us and join elsewhere. If we are able to create assets that we can use interchangeably, if we are able to create processes that becomes all the more robust, then we can easily switch over the capabilities of one person to another without losing out on efficiencies and our ability to do better than today. The third part that I think we all have to learn is to see how do you create the yearning for learning. That yearning for learning will come if we are able to model new things, if we are able to measure how these learning processes are, and we are able to reward good learning facilities within the organization, and even sometimes with associates that we work with. Many a times, our own operations and our own efficiencies are not only dependent on us, but it could be from any of our suppliers, from any of our associates. Therefore, we'll have to create these learning processes that cuts across the chain for us to get better. Therefore, I come back to a thought process that can be create a crowd knowledge framework. I leave it at this level, and I hope that somebody could be able to come back with what we could do there. The other part I just touched upon, this whole idea around work-life balance, this ability to work online and offline is also created new aspirations in the minds of individuals, and they are yearning for lots more work-life balance. Can we in retail create new methods to create an easier understanding of work-life balance by individuals who work with us? That's a question mark that I have. The last part is a conceptual framework that I'd like to bring into the team here, and I'd like to then extend it to something that may happen going forward. I am part of an initiative which was originally prompted by the DPIIT, and which is now a company that is created under a concept called ONDC. It's called Open Network for Digital Commerce. The idea here was to try and see if we could connect various retail commerce entities to be able to work with each other because of a simple common framework, which is a simple common protocol. Just like in case of, let's say, payment services today, UPI is able to ensure that you are able to make payments from one place to another without a problem, even if everybody is on a different platform. A similar thought process is happening around commerce. But my understanding of this is we could actually extend this beyond just commerce. We could extend this to learning abilities. We could extend this to learning management systems, and we could extend this to understanding people and profiling much better. Is there something that we can do from an ONDC framework to help each other faster and better? These are the thoughts that I'd leave you with. I hope that this is going to be a useful session for all of us. I look forward to learning from all of you and knowing that we are all on a path which is a whole lot of new discoveries and new learnings. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kumar Rajagopalan, for your warm and cordial welcome and for so beautifully setting the tone for 2 very engrossing days that we have planned. And to tell you what's on the anvil and raise the curtain on Retail L&D Summit, I'd like to invite Dr. Lawrence Fernandez, Director Retail Learning and Membership for Retailers Association of India, and he will give us this curtain raiser. Dr. Lawrence Fernandez.
So welcome, friends, and welcome to the second online L&D Summit. And I would like to begin by, first of all, thanking the people behind this entire initiative. This is the second year running that we are doing it. I'm just presenting to you the L&D Summit committee members. They have met very often, and they are the people who are behind the entire content development, curation, helping us get speakers. So I would like to thank personally Alex Matthew, Bidisha Banerjee, Jiva, Manavi, Neelam, and Priya of Titan. And thank you for all the support that you have given to REI. Without you, this summit would not have been possible. Just give me a minute. Now I would like to go to the agenda. Like Hugo has already mentioned, we are having 2 days of power pack panel discussions, learning ideas, awards, and how we go about is this way. We have a keynote address immediately after my small talk by Mr. Rajendra Mehta, who is the president and group CHRO of Wellspun. The first session, panel discussion of the day will be on building a future-ready learning organization. We have tried to bring around a lot of CEOs from retail organizations who will share their insights on this particular subject. Immediately after that, the second session of the day is reimagining learning and development in retail to make future-ready, frontline future-ready people. And it is powered by Disperse. Again, we have HR heads who will be guiding us on what may be the insights that we could have on this session. The third session is more of a masterclass on how to build a sustainable and scalable retail frontline training program. This is going to be entirely managed by Tesseract Learning, and we look forward to this masterclass. The next session of the day is on role of academia in shaping a future-ready workforce, and we have both sides of the both sides of the table. We have on one side the academia who are going to come and give their views on how they are shaping up their content to create a future-ready candidate for retail, and we also have the people from the industry, from the retail industry, who will be sharing their views on what may be the skills that are needed to create a good candidate or a good person for retail. The last session of the day today is on employee well-being and the hybrid work environment, and we have Mr. B. Venkatramana, who is going to be moderating the session. Day 2 tomorrow starts early in the morning. We begin at 11 a.m. We have the L&D Awards finalist presentations. The finalists who have been nominated will do their round of presentation in the first half of the day. At 2 p.m., we begin with a special address by none other than Himalakshmi Raju, who is the CLO of Reliance Industries Limited. The first session or the first panel discussion of day 2 will be Humanizing Digital Learning. Again, we have Mr. Rajendra, ex-Vice President and CHRO Titan Company Limited, who will be moderating, and with him will be a lot of our very HR heads. The second session is going to be a special session again on optimizing L&D investments for business growth by Dr. R. Karthikeyan. He will be guiding us on how we can optimize our investments. The next sessions of the day will be on embracing the gig economy, impact on learning and organization culture. Again, this session is going to be moderated by Seema Arora Nambiar, and we will have key important people from the L&D area who will be sharing their insights on this particular subject. We last have the L&D Awards felicitation, and we will be announcing the award winners in the evening, and we will end the 2-day summit by vote of thanks. And I look forward to welcome you all and hope you have a good time. Over to Hugo.
Thank you very much, Lauren sir, for giving us an overview of what we can expect over the next 2 exciting days. Before we get into our keynote session, I would like to thank our partners and associates. Our platinum partner, Reliance Retail Limited; gold partner is Disperse; e-learning partner, Tesseract Learning Private Limited; event partner, B Sharp; gifting partners, Soulfly and Shopper Stop; business networking partner, REI Global Linker; charity partner, Train, that's Trust for Retailers and Retail Associates of India. Our magazine partner is Storai. Thank you very much to each of our partners. And ladies and gentlemen, requesting all participants, whenever possible, please do visit the networking area and meet our partners and interact with them. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, something that you've all been eagerly looking forward to, our keynote session. Our keynote speaker is the Group Chief Human Resource Officer of Welspun Group and heads the Human Resource and Administration function for all subsidiaries. Bringing on board a rich experience of 25 years, his expertise spans developing and executing the strategic human resources agenda across organizations in the field of engineering, media and entertainment, retail and financial services. Prior to joining Welspun, his last stint was with Synergy Capital Dubai, where he was the Executive Director and Chief Human Resource Officer. He has also been associated with organizations like KEC International of the RPG Group, Dewan Housing Finance, Larsen L&T, and Z Entertainment. He has also worked with companies like BNL, the Times Group, Allied Deals in various roles. Over the last few years, his experience has covered different aspects of human resources, from talent management, performance management, leadership and capacity development, digital transformation, and taking up an organizational transformational agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our keynote speaker, Mr. Rajendra Mehta. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Hugo. Thanks for a lovely introduction. And I'm really privileged to be part of RAI for this forum today, on this forum today. I believe that the experience and the context that I have this far of how things are changing, I hope to make a meaningful time for all the audiences. So thank you for having me on this event today. To begin with, let me try and I'll try and put my presentation also. So a couple of slides. Give me a moment. Is this visible?
Not yet, sir. Not yet.
Now?
No, sir.
Now?
Yes, sir. It's now visible, sir.
Is this fine?
Yes, sir. Your presentation is on screen, sir.
Yes.
So, to set the context of today's keynote, address that I have, which is on building future-ready learning organization. I believe that over the last couple of decades, we have seen the pace of change, and it's like a snowball. And as we get into, going forward, as we get into the future, there is no option but for this to really get further intensive. And therefore, it is important for us to realize the context of business and how it will shape up the future for learning organization. The over last decades, we never thought that we will change a broom by a machine. We never knew that the complex medical surgeries can be done by robots. So there is the amount of change that is happening is immense, and the complex problem that we currently see can be addressed by a machine that's playing a huge role in terms of bifurcating or dividing the complex problems into multiple physical form, and then we might have the options of choosing the right answers for us. The human is analyzing. Data is at the fingertip. Complex problems, as I said, can be addressed by a machine going forward. There is a likelihood that robots might be available to us in times to come, which will be very personalized robots, which will help us in terms of doing the cognitive system thinking again. Design thinking, which rests with most of us at head, probably can be addressed by machine. So the amount of interface that we are having with machines and AI and all those technologies is inevitable that it will change the way we actually learn on the job. And therefore, it is important that for us to realize that whatever that we can imagine or visualize, that's a possible thing. And that's a learning from, the Iron Man movie characters, etc. So I believe that there is lots which is changing on the ground, and therefore learning organizations has to adapt to the future ways of learning of generations like Zenzi, etc. Going forward, on the presentation, what we have learned this far is that the effectiveness of learning happens when the trainees are prepped for about 25% of the total training time. And 25% of the time is spent on taking them through the content, classroom learning, etc. And 50% of the time, the learners have to go through in terms of on-the-job learning. Because the only way that we can extend or expand the learning over a period of time is to ensure that most of this actually happens on the job. Post-training expands through the continuous accessories. That's a possibility. Having given the support of online presentations, coaching and online resources, and even coaching and counseling on the job. This strengthens largely the retention of knowledge, which probably that we have understood this far, that the retention of knowledge becomes less as the time passes by. The other important aspect that we probably can learn is that some of the studies basically said that the amount of concentration that individuals have on learning and going through certain content has actually reduced from 12 seconds earlier, which was our data of 2002, to now, which says that it's about 8 seconds. The amount of time reduction, the concentration that people have in terms of being able to grasp certain things has also become very micro. But in reality, what happens? In reality, when we give training, we actually prep the trainees for about 10% of the total time. 85% of the time we spend on trainees in terms of taking them through the classroom training or all the content that's available to us. And just 5% of the time is spent on post-training, retaining the knowledge, and therefore ensuring that the application of knowledge learned is embedded in the ways that we work going forward. That's the current scenario that we are moving on. And therefore, as we move along, there is this shift that we have to make from the time that we currently spend to time that we effectively use the learning journey that we have gone this far. What it says is that discovery and experience is the core crux of learning. And that's what I think learning organizations need to embed in the way they think of learning going forward. Moving to the next, the slide, acclimatization of content is crucial. Now, there are two sets of understanding that we have. One is a macro learning, the other is a micro learning. Macro learning helps us to do, the understanding of concepts well. It helps us to know the structure of learning, how that would, be understood. So a concept, upskilling, and new learning goes through a pyramid of, a novice learning to an expert learning. This journey actually takes longer, and 58% of the time must be spent on macro learning. The unstructured, and this is a structured learning, the unstructured learning content is constitute about 42% of the total time, which must be spent, and this is called micro learning. This is to ensure that the performance of the employees is higher. To give an example of how macro and micro would work, macro would be, like I said, that it helps to drive upskilling and conceptual learning. Micro learning can be a supplement to the performance. Just to give an example again, if there is a safety training that we are talking about, it is having taught through this structure of how the safety has to be ensured. Quick bite-sized learnings, some video content when people go on the shop floor or on the places that they work. A quick bite of those trainings will help to ensure that the safety is prime and people are protected from any of safety hazards. So we need to be able to build a correlation of performance and potential model in the way the learnings are being implemented. Most learners typically also say that on-the-job learning, mentoring, and live projects helps us to contribute most value to the organization. And therefore, we must be mindful as we go forward to ensure that there is a good mix of unstructured and structured learning we embed in our learning structures. What I have also understood is that Netflix-like style of learning is a big shift in the domain that we are seeing in the times to come. What it will do is it will make life far more hyper personal in terms of identifying and curate the content through artificial intelligence, basic social ratings, machine recommendation, job relevance, and learner style. So these are inevitable trends, and we are seeing it come by. And I think learning organizations have to understand that these are inevitable, which we have to go through. The future of workplace, low touch economy. What we understand is that nearly 50% of the jobs opportunities will migrate to a man-machine collaboration. Now, what it will help us to understand what kind of jobs will then get recreated. Now, while we understand that the automation will disrupt about 85 million jobs, but it will also create 97 million jobs, new jobs. Now, what these jobs would be and what those trainings that we need to impart to our employees is a very fluid. We might not have any answer, but I think this is what we need to look forward to and continue to track the future trends that are happening and keep training our people with respect to what might emerge as a new learning, as a new roles that would make the workplace far more relevant for future. I was seeing, yesterday, one of the clipping. I was going through Times, site, and I saw that the recent survey in India itself basically suggested, which is an Indeed survey, that suggested that 71% of the employees are rethinking about their careers and may see a shift in a different career worth pursuing. Now, that makes life far more complex for us to understand if that many number of people within the organization are willing to look at a career switch, then how do we train our people on? Now, the paradigm shift that will happen in this whole process is to prioritize. The prioritization will happen around job satisfaction that the person gets, flexibility that the employees is expecting, and the kind of work-life balances that we need to create. There are various definitions of flexibility that is coming by. In the current context of COVID, we've understood the flexibility basically means that couple of days of work from home and couple of days of work from office. But the new definitions of flexibility which are emerging is basically saying that machines at work and I am at home and I'm tracking what needs to be done. And that is the extreme of flexibility that one is looking at. In these scenarios, what do our learning organizations do? So therefore, leaders typically also need to ensure that they create a skill architecture team within the organization, which is constantly evolving capabilities that are emerging for tomorrow. And these are becoming far more difficult tasks for most of us to understand what will happen in the future, and therefore getting ready for that. But I think we need to be constantly on this discovery path, and we will find our answers going forward. Looking at the learning curve as an earning curve, the pace of our upskilling is lagging behind the pace of automation. Now, we are wondering within the space of the organization that automation is happening, but the skill that are needing to be imparted to our employees, that pace is not as good as the real work scenarios actually expect us to do. Till now, we have been happy with the employees being exposed to 3 days of learning every year. These are the typical dashboards that we have been presenting. The times that are coming by requires us to train our people 25 days a year. Now, And the other indicator is that companies are expecting 40% of the workers will require reskilling of 6 months and more. And 94% of the business leaders report that they will expect employees to pick up new skills. And that percentage was about 65% in 2018. And in 3 years, we're talking about that need be about 94%. So the fluidity that we are currently encountering is humongous. And therefore, our leaders, our learning and development team needs to be far more stronger in understanding the business context first and being ready and building an organization within to ensure that they are able to bridge the gap of skills between the pace of automation and pace of upskilling. The roles that we feel would typically be critical in the years to come. On the skill side, while we are talking about learning potential, innovation, computational thinking, and growth mindset, what it is possibly saying is that learning potential will ensure that the agility in the organization is far higher. With innovation, what we're trying to say is that the consumer experiences has to be far more ahead of the competition and should become a competitive advantage. So innovation should be a competitive advantage. Computational thinking is all about algorithmically thinking. What is a rational thinking? What is a logic and the business? When you integrate both of that and then come out with algorithm thinking on what needs to be done, this skill will become far more important in times to come. Growth mindset is what we are saying, that preparedness for future has to be far more stronger. The roles that today we don't know might be a bot facilitator. There would be a role which could be a VR experience architect. The amount of VR that will get used in learning, we need to ensure that for each subset of the business, the VR experiences are rightly being navigated. It's being built up for people to understand the business and complex problem that it faces and are able to find solutions to that. There are a lot of algorithms which will be defined for all kinds of machines. They will have their own biases, and there are cases of few organizations that we have encountered, which basically says that algorithm biases actually took a wrong decision, and therefore somebody has to sit back and check the algorithm and how things are moving, and are able to build or eliminate those biases from the algorithms that we have created for our machines to take decisions on. The purpose of why people come in the organization and how do we retain them going forward will be completely driven by the purpose that they come with and what we need to align with the organizations. So the roles that we anticipate will emerge would be completely different from what we currently see. So unless we know what these roles are, unless we are prepared for these eventualities in times to come, how would we prepare our employees to remain contextually relevant for future? Skills are becoming internal form of currency. Learning curve is earning curve. Skill anxiety, I guess 94% of the employees will stay longer in a company if they invest in learning. Growth mindset will be, the growth mindset will say basically that be open-minded, get comfortable with ambiguity and uncertainty. Show strong situational awareness, have a greater sense of preparedness, have clarity on what others expect from your leadership. Take ownership, grow with people is something that we need to ensure that we embed in our ways of working. College grads are better equipped today with the tech skills, but they lack the onslaught or on the softer skills that are required for them to have. So I think we need to build our workplaces with skills of future and hard skills of the future and soft skills of the future. Look at how Zenzi learns. Zenzi's learning is about 51% learning happens through experimenting, simulation, and projects. Most of the time when we want to learn on any subject, what we do, we start immediately Googling, we go to YouTube and access content, and we are little bit prepared with those terminologies or that knowledge. The platforms that are used by the learning departments or learning functions probably are lagging behind in terms of the knowledge which resides in the social forums or in the forums which are digitally available. And therefore, if we lag behind, the set of Zenzi which is supposed to be learning more on the VR and more through virtual learnings, experimenting simulation projects and video and search results, we have to start making content relevant for them to be able to consume this content and learn through that. 20% of the population of Zenzi will be there in our workplaces in about a decade maximum. Unless we prepare our organizations, how would we build? So far, what we have always understood is that 70-20-10 rule applies. 70% learning in class, 20% in projects, and 10% through supplementary learning. Look at the way things would change. It will be more on the job. It will be more through the experiments on virtual reality, byte learning, and immersive classes. This is how the times are going to come, and therefore our preparedness with respect to how we create our learning functions have to be aligned with this. This is again a great insight. Fortune 500 companies adopt the method of coaching and mentoring. The insights that we have is that only 20% of men and 16% of the women feel that mentoring programs are a value in their development. Imagine the 80 or 84% of the people within the organizations aren't feeling that mentoring programs are even remotely helping them. When you ask about feedback, now the performance systems that we enable in the organization basically says that you have quarterly reviews and then you have a yearly review. I think with the pace of change that is what we're seeing, we have no option but to have a continuous feedback system structured within the organization and making it work. Because if this continues to remain a concern, then I think we will lag in terms of being able to prepare, give right advices to our employees with respect to the feedback so that they can improve on the performances. So the question is not about whether the feedback process is good. Why it is failing largely is basically because we as managers don't know how to give feedback. And therefore, I think these are some of the structures that we need to ensure that it is built up in the way we give the performance inputs or feedback to our employees to do well for the times ahead. The other thing that is also important is that while we deploy coaches whenever there is a concern that we face in the organization, but we never take initiatives with respect to coaching our own managers to be better coaches. We need to push our employees towards that agenda to ensure that we are able to derive best benefit of productivity through our people within the organization. Look at this. This data is very starking data. Rewire for productivity. iPhone, launched in 2007, and the growth of iPhone, in the market grew substantially. You look at 100 million Twitter users came by, 1 billion of smartphones people currently use. But what's happening to productivity? The productivity is stagnating. Productivity isn't growing. That's the feel that we generally get. And why does that happen? That happens because there is no time to learn. Average US workers spends 20% of their time in, say, reading, answering mails. 80% of companies rate their businesses highly complex or complex for employees. Fewer than 16% of the companies have a program to simplify work or help employees deal with the stress. And at the same time, they don't have time. And this is actually a real problem that we are currently facing. Across multiple organizations rather, and multiple geographies that I am privy to, we have tried pushing the agenda of learning higher. But what's happening is people are actually busy with the, sorting out mails. People are being pulled into a lot of meetings on and off. The amount of time that they end up wasting on, activities which are not productive for future, that's leading to, no time scenario for most of them. And this is becoming a major challenge. And therefore, we need to relook at how to ensure that, we are able to build time for employees. The only way to address this query is to ensure that learning becomes part of work. This perception this far that we have had is that learning is something employees have to do outside of work and on their own time. And in such cases, the urgency of work invariably trumps the luxury of learning. So therefore, we need to come to a scenario where if learning becomes part of the workflow, then it breaks the barrier of time, but delivers learning in a moment of need and often making it more effective. If you look at the learning leads to happiness, this basically says that heavy learners versus light learners are. Heavy learners are 21% more likely to feel confident in their work, and 74% more likely to know where they want to go in their career. Medium versus light learners are more likely to feel confident in their work, 5% of them. And 15% and 32% more likely to know where they want to go in their career. This also basically says that learning has reached the stage of being a vehicle for a better employment brand. And we have learning, and even yesterday I was talking to somebody. The continual learning is part of our life going forward. How do you ensure that that gets built up in our ways of working? That's important. Here, the heavy learners versus light learners, more than 5 hours a week is construed as heavy learners. 1 to 5 hours is about medium learners, and light is about 1 hour and less in a week. Now look at this. Amongst this circle, only 7%. Isn't this a bell curve? How do you ensure that this subset and this subset moves towards this direction? That's the journey that we have to take. To ensure that our employee base remains relevant for tomorrow, and they're highly engaged, because learning will become an important element with respect to creating a culture of learning, and therefore retention of employees in our workplaces. And that's about it from my side. This was the last slide. I hope the content, the data that speaks for itself is a good insight for us to really seriously think about how learning will become so important in times to come, and therefore create an organization, the structure of the organization, which helps us to ensure that people go through the learning journey on a daily basis. So thank you, Hugo. Thanks, RAI, for this time. I hope that I will make the audience time more valuable. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rajendra Mehta. That was a very thought-provoking keynote address, and it beautifully dovetails into our theme for the session and our theme for our first panel discussion. As a token of appreciation and gratitude, you will find an e-voucher from Shoppers Stop in your in-mail box. Okay, so that's with our gratitude and esteem. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, reminding you to kindly visit our networking area where you can network with your fellow participants, and our expo area where you can interact with our various partners. Please note that we have a quiz for our audience here who will be able to win some gift vouchers from Soulflower, and the answers will be found in our partner stalls. Okay, so interacting with our partners will help you win those gift vouchers from Soulflower that we'll be giving out for the quiz. Coming up right now, we've got our first panel discussion, Building a Future-Ready Learning Organization. I'd like you to welcome warmly our distinguished panel. He's Chief Executive Officer, Hardcastle Restaurants Private Limited. A warm welcome to Saurabh Kalra. He is Group Chief Executive Officer, Kaya Limited. Please welcome Rajiv Nair. He is Chief Executive Officer, Future Retail Limited. A warm welcome to Sadashiv Nayak. Please welcome the Chief Business Officer, Marketplace Reliance Retail Limited, Sandeep Varaganti. He is Chief Executive Officer and Executive Director, Soch Apparels Private Limited. A warm welcome to Vinay M. Chatlani. And ladies and gentlemen, our moderator for the session is Chief Executive Officer, Talavi, and Chairman, Hono AI. Please welcome Rajesh Padmanabhan. Mr. Padmanabhan, it's over to you and to the panel.
Thank you so much at the outset. Just a confirmation, are you guys able to hear us well? And
yes,
can
sir.
you go to the screen? Yeah.
Loud and clear, sir.
Awesome. Can you put us on the screen, all of us? We can see you right now. You go. Yeah. Perfect. That's great. Thank you so much. And we look forward to this session. At the outset, thank you so much for the time. It's indeed a pleasure and a privilege to be talking on a very, very relevant topic and something which is of immense value to all of us. So look forward to a very enriching discussion, and I'm sure there'll be some threads of learning that will come for each one of us. And I can assure you there'll be some good takeaways. The best part of today's discussion is this is not something that we're going to talk through with just learning practitioners or the HR specialists. It's coming from a business audience. So it means a lot. It's something that we're going to talk with not just the what part of it, but the how part of it. Maybe there'll be neat examples of, what's the business impact, what's the kind of visualization that one can do going forward. So we're trying to do away with a lot of theory, and there'll be some clear anecdotes which will be brought in, some learning, some failures also, which the panel might want to share. So we are looking forward to something that we're going to do on our feet. Yeah, needless to say, I think it's going to be something that's of value today and something which is going to be of value for tomorrow as well. As the session speaks, building a future-ready organization, needless to say, it's important that we don't just look at the skills and capabilities of today, but clearly have a foresight in terms of what's going to be for tomorrow. How are we going to flex? How are we going to stretch? How are we going to evolve? Yeah, and there's no perfect formula for all this. It's got to be done through a learning of practice. You may have a few things that goes really well for you, but a few things that you need to course correct as well. I clearly have been talking about this from a business parlance and from a business lens. And clearly I see from a consulting lens that the learning of the enterprises are going to be divided into three silos. Number one, in the last couple of years, we have seen how enterprises have responded to change. Some of them have really gone through, fallen flat. Some of them are trying to survive. So I put them under the survivors category. They're still trying to really cope through the mindset, trying to respond to situation, trying to get a new business model in place. They're trying to really make things happen, which is the survivors. There are a lot of them who did a lot of course correction at some point, and they are the enterprises which actually are reaping some of the benefits today, but they're still there playing almost a level playing field, or they're possibly a little bit of business neutrality, which I call the levelers. The third set is what is very important, and I'm sure all of us aspire to be there, which I define as the excellers. There are winning enterprises. And winning enterprises are those where there's a very strong correlation between your business modeling and people modeling. And people modeling is not just managing the HR life cycle or just being, ready with the entire aspects of how you deal with engagements and talent alone, but it's clearly wearing that thinking hat in terms of a correlation as to how the business value can come out of this. So the capabilities part of it, skills and capabilities, there's a lot that has got to be done, a lot that has got to be put into action as far as reskilling and upskilling and all of them are concerned. More importantly, it's also the courage, the character, and the conviction to stay relevant. There are quite a few things that would have crept into the DNA, would have crept into the learning architecture. How do you, quickly come out of it and say, maybe this is something that we've been doing for very long, but not very relevant. So how do you keep yourself relevant and refreshed? I know our session is just 50 minutes, so don't want to consume too much of time. I'm going to jump straight into the panel. And for want of time, not really going to run through their achievements. It's a very high pedigree panel, so just going to jump straight into the topic so we derive maximum value out of this conversation. Also, what I would urge the panel members is if you could keep your headline stuff maybe 2.5 minutes, that would be great, because that will give me an opportunity for us to build some compelling points. And there are little provocations that I want to do, but I would say that if you can really do it with good amount of accuracy, brevity, and clarity, and in 2.5 minutes, I know it's a little bit of a steep ask, but I'm sure you guys are used to this elevator pitch any which way. So let's go with that. So that's a submission. So that will deserve a lot of time. I'm not sure whether we'll have an opportunity to take some questions from the audience. I know there could be a lot, but we'll park that for now. Yeah, I turn this discussion on to you, Rajiv, and the first question is straight away. I'm just giving you a preamble, but it's a question of how you want to build your thoughts around it. Business models are disrupting so quickly. How do you keep your people relevant and refreshed? Having said this, I know you have a lot to say, but some of those points that you mentioned in the pre-work, if you could really bring it together, that would be great, Rajiv. Rajiv, over to you.
Sure. First of all, thank you for this opportunity. I think I would have loved to have this as a physical audience, but unfortunately, our third wave has hit upon us. But obviously, over the last couple of years, actually having learned to deal with this situation, I'd basically start my conversation with looking at our learnings during this period of the pandemic and how we have kept our organization resilient through the last 1.5 years. I think the biggest challenge to organizations during the COVID period was how to keep ourselves resilient, surviving, sailing during this particular period, and how to keep our people constantly engaged and motivated. So bulk of the leadership time or the management time in the organization over the last couple of years has been towards creating that sort of communication channel, that sort of engagement with the employees. But while saying all of that, it's important also to keep what are the big highlights or the big areas that one needed to really focus on over the last couple of years. For us, I think the challenge was retention and motivation of the talent. So I think our focus in the organization, like in most other organizations, would have been on the top talent within the organization. So I think we focused our energies towards the top 100 talent managers of the organization and created a lot of engagement activities for the high potential, high impact team members. We actually spent a lot of time mentoring and actually assigning leadership teams towards mentoring of the top talent within the organization. Of course, everything was done digitally. We actually allowed our team members to think a little bit widespread because there was a lot of time available in the initial phase of COVID. So cross-functional learning and creating projects which were high business impact projects during this uncertain time is something that we created for teams which were from across the organization. So there was one business impact project that a team of 6 to 7 members out of this top 100 management team members actually got together and presented to the management. And a lot of it we are actually bringing to board in terms of our working for the future based on the learnings that we got from them. We also created, certified coaching programs for the top talent that was part of this group. So also teaching people, like I think I heard earlier about our ability to give feedback to people. During this trying, tough times, I think there's a lot of coaching conversation that also happens with team members, and that's something that we focused our energies on. And leadership time was largely invested on people and people communication. So that was one part that we actually focused our energy on. The second is, I think, was COVID taught us the need to be adaptable and flexible. Ours being a touch and feel business, because we are a dermatology chain, we actually deal with customers one-on-one. I think our need to transform the organization into something which is digital is something that we needed to actually look at. So our emphasis was on building a team structure or an organization structure which is e-commerce and D2C friendly. And that's where we actually created quite a large disruption in our organization in terms of building an infrastructure, a set of team, including leadership team, to focus our energies towards e-commerce and D2C. We came up with ideas of collaboration over the last couple of years, especially around working with companies which are able to deal with this disruptive era. For example, the startups. So we came up with tie-ups with companies like Mfine and CultFit. And today, for example, Kaya services are available on CultFit, on demand, available on the application for people to actually go out and buy. And obviously, we had to train our team members to deal with this new age set of people, which is the startup ecosystem around us. In addition to that, I think what we also did was the fact that we knew that the future of organizations is going to be around digital. So as we made those transformations in terms of people structure within the organization, we also started working with startups to develop new age technologies. So for example, digitally analyzing skin over an online platform is something that we have created, and using AI as technology. We work with a bunch of young, talented, startup guys to be able to develop a complete ecosystem around AI for skin analysis. And that's something that we're going to be doing in a very widespread way over the next 2 years' time through our D2C portals, along with assisted selling through our doctors, which will help us do certain levels of predictive outcomes for skin using this kind of technology. It's something that we have done. The other area of challenge I thought we saw in the organizations, and I think it's going to become very, very crucial in future, is going to be the health has become a primary concern over the last couple of years. I don't think we have seen, I would say, unfortunately, so death at such close quarters or team members falling massively sick over the last 1.5 years' time. And because our organization is fairly well tailored, because we are also a healthcare organization to that extent, we have doctors within the organization. I would say going forward, like we have doctors within the organization, we do believe that a permanent health office or a chief health officer is something that may come back to the fore. Maybe FMCG companies at some point had this kind of a role in the organization, but I think that may come back to the fore in future. So I think we will be focusing ourselves on the healthcare of employees, both physical and mental. That's something that we do believe is something of prime concern in the future. The boardroom and the leadership structure also has to change, because I think the organizations are actually moving towards more performance-driven, data-driven organizations. So I think we are also building structural changes to be able to bring in there. And according to that, we are also putting money and investment towards training our team members towards more data-driven, data-driven understanding and learning. And that's something that we are actually trying to put our energies towards. So I think all in all, if I were to summarize it, a period of transformation, a period of adaptability, change, and that's something that we've been focusing our last 1.5 years on. Over to you, Rajesh.
Thank you, Rajiv. I think that's quite a lot of stuff packaged. But if I were to, pick up the headline words, if I were to do a word cloud around some of the points that you said, I picked up resilience as a very strong one. I like the top 100 focus. So I think despite all this transformation, I think there's a focus that continues there. You spoke about a lot about motivation and continuing engagement, but the business impact or the business impact projects that you created was a little bit of a difference. I think that's something which is of high relevance in today's world. Collaboration, you did mention, and I think technology, you spoke about it, but I guess that's emerging as a common denominator for all of us. Health is a skill. I think that's wonderful. And I'm sure other co-panelists are also going to join the bandwagon there. I think a lot of us have realized that work is just a subset of life and life precedes work. I think that's something which is a very tall realization for all of us. I like the part that, you did cover the boardroom part of it as well. I'm going to put you on a little bit of a spot here, Rajiv, and then we're going to ask you a very objective response to a question. Yeah. So this is like something which I want you to cover in just 20, 30 seconds, nothing beyond. Don't want a depth, but just a little bit of an assurance, reassurance, or whatever. When under pressure of costs, do you push learning costs out? I mean, do you put that under discretionary, or do you put that under cost cuts, etc., etc.? How do you really respond to that? I want a very short response.
I think what the pandemic has taught us is focus towards investment in people, because the only set of resources which actually stay with you and help you survive are the people. So I think the only place where we did not cut too much cost is towards the learning and development. We may have cut costs in all parts of the business, but I think the time, effort, and cost focus on team development, and especially, as I said, the top 100 member development is something that we continue to have over the last 1.5 years and will continue to have over the next 1 or 2 years, whether pandemic or no pandemic.
Extremely reassuring, and thanks for that, because that's something which the audience also wanted to hear. Because when it comes from the CEO kind of an audience where they say that learning is an investment and not a cost, it means a lot. Thanks for validating that. I'm going to turn to you, Sada. And I remember in the pre-run, we had a lot of points covered. But importantly, one thing that really stuck around my head was the customer immersion part of it. Well, Rajiv alluded to a lot of transformation stuff, and I'm sure you are also doing. But there are 3 or 4 signature items that you said which are pretty standalone. So, Sada, could we hear this? And again, I'm just a gentle reminder again. If you can keep it brief, we will reserve some time for some compelling discussions.
Yes, Rajesh. So I think 3 changes which happened for us. One, we were in malls and people were reassessing going to malls. We went online. And third is really, we kind of had much lesser resources. I'm sure the rest of the rock and roll story, you've been all hearing it in the headlines in the newspapers. Yeah, and that's what I joke with my teams. So what really happened for us is the theme changed from recovery to rebuilding. I think there was no longer recovery of 2019, it was rebuilding. And when it was rebuilding, I think we actually went back into saying we need a zero-based planning, zero-based budgeting approach for everything, whether it is time, effort, money, skills, everything that needs a zero-based budgeting approach. So that one thing changed. I'm just sticking to the headlines as you suggested. The connecting the dots and really immersing of the customers, really, we had a lot of customer data and we saw the habits change. So there are tons and tons of data available in Big Bazaar and Future Retail. But for us, it was really building up everyone who's looking at the data from a customer lens, but him being a customer. How are you going to identify that by looking at 2-3 items in the basket, you can gauge that there is a Griha Pravesh happening? How do you know that the lady who's buying a track pant is also going to buy 2 more things which are relevant for her lifestyle? So I think the whole amount of customer immersion and connecting the dots was an entirely new skill. Data is available in abundance, but if you have to make it actionable, bite-sized, then you really need an entire customer immersion approach. I think at the stores, 2 things happened. We had to learn the skill of integration. There were no longer many things which you're going to do on our own, whether it was a last mile delivery, whether it was handling the customer service, whether it was doing online reputation management. We had lit up 400 stores inventory in one go. So we were actually an omni-channel player, but we couldn't have done it all alone. So we realized that, and I've come from an era, I can't say we, where we used to build teams, build functions. We had to suddenly learn art of integrating with others who already are experts in their spaces. So that's one thing we did. And we had to find the lowest common denominator in skills, which is maybe our staff could also pick up the bike and do a delivery in the evening. Why leave it to everything to an outsider? Maybe we can do many more things than what we could, which we hadn't imagined earlier. Last but not the least, I think Big Bazaar is always a place for families to come in to discover many things were changing in their life. And when we went online, and that's one problem which I'm still grappling. I had a couple of misses as well there. But actually, the whole idea was to really go about and say, how do you replicate storytelling across all channels? And as I keep saying, If there were experiences of a Wednesday bazaar where you would get the freshest merchandise, or if there's a experience of doing exchange by you giving your raddi back to big bazaar, how do you replicate it across all the channels? So I call it miniaturizing of experiences. How do you miniaturize all the experience of big bazaar and make it available? So these were really the headlines from my end, Rajesh. You're on mute, Rajesh.
You're on mute, Rajesh.
Sorry, my bad. Awesome, Sada. Thank you so much, and you've done so well on time. I think you set the bar really high, and I picked up quite a lot of very distinct items from what Rajiv said. Recovery to rebuilding. Again, an awesome one. I know it's very relevant in your story today. The customer lens and coming through a lot of data points is becoming very, very essential, particularly from a retail standpoint, from a store standpoint. Integration, you emphasized, and you've been a champion on that particular cause. I've been hearing you every time you've been passionate about this entire integration. How do you really get this common factors right? And thanks for passionately going down deep into the organization at the base of the pyramid and saying, how do you really make it relevant, refresh, make it more meaningful for them? So thanks for that. I think it's a very, very high empathy point from a people's side. And the last one was the miniatures of experience. That's a great takeaway from me. I've never heard it before. So thanks so much. I'm going to build it with the other co-panelists. But again, as I did to Rajiv, I'm going to put you on a spot here, just with one rapid objective question. If you were to roll back one stuff from a learning, I want you to keep the learning capability skill standpoint. One decision or one action that you've done in the last 1 or 2 years, which you would want to roll back or reflect hard. I'm sure, all of us take a lot of decisions on our feet on a daily basis. Not all of them go right. Is there something that you would want to share quickly? Maybe 30 seconds, 40 seconds kind of a stuff.
Yeah, sure. And I'm going to keep it in the space of learning. I think there was a very positive discovery in learning. Earlier, we would say learning is necessarily an outsourced, or it's headed by, it's a hierarchical 3-4 member organization. What we discovered, I'm literally calling it a TikTokization of learning. I think how to fold clothes was available with 500 of our staff. How to sell denims was available in 1,000 of our staff. How to cut cabbage was available in 600 of our staff. What we really needed was them to democratize them, give them a tool, put a TikTok, I know it's not there in the country, but TikTokization video or a Josh video, and put it forward. And that was the best learning. So if I wouldn't necessarily roll back, but possibly I'll challenge my own thing, which said that training always flows from a source necessarily. I think training was all there. We just needed someone to kind of play the orchestra and bring it all together. And I think that's what was my, I would say I'll surely undo it in the next few months and years.
Thank you so much, Sada. I think this is what leaders do. It's important for the audience also to realize that leaders are also human beings, and when we touch our soul, we many a times feel that we could have done better on 1, 2, 3, and Sada just went back and recollected a few points and shared the story with us. Thank you so much. It was very meaningful, very important. I move to you, Saurabh. Saurabh, you had a lot to cover in yesterday's points, and I think it's going to be important for us to hear, particularly the humanization or the human connection that you said was very, very relevant, and was also something that touches all of us on a daily basis. So number one, and of course, I think you're also focusing on a few things which is like very, very distinct. While I heard health from Rajiv, I know ESG is something very relevant for you, but let's hear it from you, Saurabh. You've got a few things to cover, so we'll be happy to hear your stuff, and I'm sure the audience will gain from your insights as well. Over to you, Saurabh.
Sure, Rajesh. Firstly, thank you for this opportunity. I think it's good to discuss what's going on in our head, but it's important, I think, for the audience also to understand our solution might not be applicable to everyone, right? Because a lot of times when we come through this conferences, we always think the other company is always doing a better job, but they are in a time and space. So that's a statutory warning. So it's a time and space where we are in, and what's applicable to us is what I can share. And like I was discussing with you, to me, when we think about learning, what we need to first understand is where is the business going to land? And to me, with the advent of a lot of things happening, and especially with global learnings from McDonald's, a lot of stuff which McDonald's used to be very proud of, for example, suggestive sell or at order taking. Everybody would know McDonald's, always suggestive sell. Those were tenets of training on the ground level. Those are being challenged because globally, as we turn into a phygital brand, what we are seeing is people are ordering either through their mobile phone or the self-ordering kiosk, wherein you can have a machine learning engine which is automatically suggestive selling. So that's not being done at the ground level. That's not being massified. So at the ground level, essentially, these people are no longer getting pride in what they used to do, which was, I increase the average bills value from X to Y. That's no longer the pride. Now, what do they need to take pride in is if the consumer is not going to be touching or talking to them when there is a transaction going on, obviously the need of the consumer has to be fulfilled in terms of experience. And therefore, the human-to-human touch isn't going anywhere, because we'll still have McDonald's restaurant. We'll still be open for our consumers to come in and have the experience of McDonald's. And therefore, and thereby, the McDonald's crew people need to change into guest experience leaders rather than somebody who were virtually robots and doing the task extremely productively, right? And that's a change, which is a big change for McDonald's. And we try to market it as experience of the future, in which the crew member will be the guest experience leader. You can have a table service in McDonald's, which was actually unheard of at one level. At another level, the managers in the restaurant, earlier their metrics would only be sales, right? And today the environment has changed. During COVID also, there were new regulations city by city emerging. City by city, there would be a new regulation coming, and the restaurant managers of the single outlet had to react to that in this kind of environment. So condition-based operations is the second theme which is emerging in the way we look at business. So there is no one size fits all. At the manager of the restaurant outlet level, they got to think about it as condition-based, and at the crew level, we got to think about how do we connect with our consumers one-on-one? How do we deliver the experience one-on-one? And the measures might no longer be sales. The measure might be the retention of the customers. If they've really been given a great experience, you should have good retention rather than a sale number. And I think at retail level, especially, if I would speak about myself, we've been guilty of what we say, what we do, and what we measure have not always been the same. With the advent of all this data, I think we are in a unique place where what we say, what we do, and what we measure can all be the same, which will provide clarity to what people need to do on the ground. So that would be what would be top 2-3 things going on in my mind as far as my restaurant outlets are concerned. In the office, I think there is this VUCA world is here to stay. COVID taught us that earlier, 3 years back, when somebody would talk VUCA, one would just pass it as a passe, right? Everybody would speak about VUCA, but we did not really understand the meaning of the word VUCA till the time COVID did not happen. Wherein a lot of people, for example, cash flow wasn't only finance's problem. Everybody had to learn what is cash conservation to survive for the first wave of COVID. Second wave, we became better. Third wave, we are much more well prepared. But I think that VUCA world is here to stay, along with work from home and all these flexibilities which are here. So how do you train managers of people to make sure that observation stays true, listening stays true in this work from home environment? I think those are the 2 big things to me what are emerging as key needs when I look at the future of how it's emerging.
Awesome, Saurabh. And one thing as you were speaking that really came to my mind, and which I want to really build with you, is the customer world. For the entire world is very, very easily connected with with the Mac experience. So that's something which all of us can relate to. So what are those traits from a customer proposition standpoint that have actually got converted in the last maybe 7 or 8 quarters that we've learned into a business value, into learning, into the people DNA part of it at your workplace? Will be something important for us to hear, because I think the customer experience has undergone change. People are very literate now. They have a speed of decision making. They have options. They have either dine or the delivery option. So a lot has changed at the customer endpoint. How have you picked up something and put it back into your learning architecture is the real question.
So from a learning architecture, for us, it was being able to foresee that if this is going to be the landing space, and I don't know whether we are right or wrong. What we did do is we learned from actually the real retailers, right? The likes of Sadashiv, where in the hierarchy of management, there are department management, right? So earlier we would run processes and systems, we would call them systems, and nothing would be linked to customers. So eventually we said, okay, if we were to zoom out and look at our business as a retailer, how would we look at it? And then we realized, we needed to form departments. One of the key departments is customer experience manager, the food quality manager, and the third one is people development manager. So every restaurant would have these three departments operational. And I'll be honest, it took me almost 1 year to make this the customer experience manager, which was not a position earlier or wasn't even a process we were running, in order to make it anything meaningful. Because eventually everybody was happy in McDonald's to do a checklist, and checklist is just a tick box. It did not change behavior in the first 1 year. But I think when COVID happened, there were a lot of things which we had to do overnight. For example, the safety procedures we had to bring in overnight. There were norms and regulations changing overnight. So we used this customer experience management cell, and we were able to then pass on a lot of changes overnight and make sure that the CM, the customer experience management department, becomes an omni department, and his whole sole criteria is to make sure he's listening to the customer at the ground level for that particular outlet and making changes, whatever is required at that outlet. And we've given him a certain budget where he can utilize the budget, make decisions. So all that is an important part. Empowerment is an important part of this experiential journey, because otherwise you can say good things, nothing happens in the ground. So to me, that's what we have done in the last 2 years, created new departments. We are also repositioning our service platform, like I said, into experience of the future, which is actually table service, looking at the consumer and making sure his need is fulfilled. There are new channels which have emerged, which is on the go, drive-through, which are doing exceptionally well. So how does this department takes care of all the needs of the consumer? And it's still work in progress. I wouldn't say we've reached a place where we are very, very happy with it, but it's a start, and we've seen tremendous amount of momentum happen. And luckily, COVID played a catalyst. It's an opportunity in all this disarray. I think it was an opportunity which was there to be taken, and I'm happy that a lot of changes happened today.
Thank you, Saurabh. There's a large audience which is listening to all of this, and I'm sure we're all going to tweet our experience and the changes that you're talking back into you in terms of experiencing it at ground. Thank you so much. Covered a lot of ground with you, Saurabh. I'm moving to Sandeep, and just before Sandeep starts, Sandeep wants to leave at about 3:30. So Sandeep, it's perfectly fine for you to drop off at 3:30, but important for us to hear, and I'm going to cover everything in one go with you. So first is, I heard a lot from you yesterday in terms of adaptability and agility, which Rajiv alluded to, and I would want you to build with a little bit of, coming from the Reliance table. I think it's important to factor the speed part of it. And also your architecture was very, very profound. So if you could talk about that, which will be good for all of us to hear. Over to you, Sandeep.
Thank you so much, Anish. So I'll quickly talk about a couple of points, definitely focusing on adaptability and agility. I think this becomes very important. The last 2 years, our biggest learning has been how to adapt to changing dynamics externally, right? Our organization was built in a certain manner for over 2 decades. I'm speaking about Reliance Retail. But COVID and the associated changes externally outside the organization required us to adapt, right? For us to adapt, we had to do that across multi-dimensional, predominantly offline retail. We did do online a little bit, but then we had to move a lot of stuff online to be able to ensure that the significant capabilities, supply chain access to products that we had built, we were able to use that and get those products to reach to the customers in need. There was a certain period where customers were struggling to get basic supplies like groceries. So we had to adapt. And that required training our own employees, training the supply chain systems, training the customers' buying habits, as well as our vendors' habits to move online, right? That required, so I was, I think, alluding to that yesterday also. This required adaptability and training, learning across multiple layers. One was our own employees, 2 was our partners, vendors, suppliers, and 3 was customers and vendors who are directly selling to customers. So we required that, right? And a piece about agility, right? I mean, I have an interesting example to say. Agility became critical during the same period, and we had to ensure that we built systems, scalable systems, again, which were able to send signals dynamically. Right? Example being, We may have forgotten about the lockdown phenomenon. The first couple of lockdowns were pretty serious, right? Where zones were ring fenced, right? We had red zones, we had green zones. So agility was required to be able to send information to our teams, our logistics partners, that these are areas that we are not going to send any products to. These are areas that we are okay sending products to. These are areas where we can send essential products to. These are areas that we cannot send anything to. So that required a lot of agility. And how did we handle that? By building systems which we could use to send signals dynamically, one, and geotagged signals. We want to send the signal to this particular pin code, not to this. So these are just examples, but this gives a flavor of how adaptability and agility are important in organizations, and how learning and development systems need to adapt, and how predominantly from being employee focused learning programs, we had to develop programs which cut across multiple layers, from employees to customers to vendors and sellers. That was one thing. And the other piece is, the second piece that I would like to talk about is these learnings, right? They've started helping us transform the organization's DNA and building this as a long-term capability. And I'll tell you another example. Earlier, our training programs, our L&D needs were all functionally focused. How do I train people? How do I train retail associates in the functional skills, right? If they are working in a Reliance Trend store, I'm talking about how to understand our products, fabric, and be able to convert customers. But now there's been a significant focus on safety training. And safety training, not just for the employees, but how to ensure that customers who are walking in stay safe. The interesting point to note here is these trainings that we did, right, on safety actually had an impact on business. Once we installed these protocols, we started seeing that there was higher conversion in customer walk-ins, because people feel confident walking into our stores. So that's become our DNA now. We are installing programs, not just functional trainings, but safety trainings, and we will continue to do that. So that's the 2 points that I wanted to definitely make, Rajesh, but anything else that I can add, I'll be thrilled to do that. There is still something left.
So I would let you go so quickly. I think just a couple of more points. One is transformation as a DNA. I think there are a lot of new stuff that's coming in, which is like becoming important: emotional intelligence, design thinking, power of analytics and predictive, using digital much beyond digital as a complete common denominator. So many new age skills have come into play. The point that I want to understand is how do you run a fast-paced environment as what you do, at the same time keeping it learning relevant. My provocation is, would you not sacrifice this and allow people to catch up rather than really focusing and emphasizing and say, okay guys, let me understand how I really, how can you really catch the bus along with us. So one is speed, and the other is like people really trying hard to get there. How do you cope with the situation? I think that's the provocation.
No, absolutely. I think it's really interesting how you put it, Rajesh, because it's as if you know how Reliance works, and that's how you're speaking, because that's how it works here. We are playing a catch-up game. I think we have really good systems, mechanisms in place on how we get the manpower together. So a lot of times it's always a catch-up game, right? Our people are far ahead of the learning curve. They're adapting, they're learning. Right? So it's become a DNA, and then our training programs follow. So we are not creating training programs, then administering it. We are learning from them, collecting what a retail associate in Delhi has done, what a machine learning scientist in Bangalore has done. We pull all of that together and then create a program. So in short, right, in summary, exactly the way you've explained is how our organization works. It's always a catch-up game between central teams which are trying to administer stuff versus learning from on the ground. So it's always a catch-up game. These people are always ahead. They are doing a lot of innovations locally. Sometimes we are surprised today.
Yeah, I know you're going to drop
running warehouses. We walk in for a random audit and we see some really cool innovations happening locally. And then we say, hey, this is brilliant what you've done. Let me try and find a way to transfer this across all warehouses. That's how it works at Reliance. At this scale, it's important to let people be autonomous and also establish mechanisms where these learnings can be captured and then administered to the rest of the organization. That happens frequently here.
So I'm going to give a joint question to you and Sada, and of course expect it to be brief. Yeah. So, and this is again a on the spot kind of a question. So, and let Sada go first. Maybe you can build on it, Sandeep, and close it. Yeah. So, would you let go of people who don't really make themselves relevant? So it's a bold question. So if you give umpteen chances, you give all the architecture, you give all the content, you give the support, you try to upskill, reskill, but yet there will be obsolete with it. So instead of putting Sandeep straight up, I think Sada, if you could take this first, but brief. I know you're good with time, and then up to follow up and a closure with Sandeep.
Sure. So I still feel we are in the teenage phase of retail right now. I'm talking of retail specifically. In the teenage part of retail, there will be many people who will come and go flirting with each other. So I would rather change your question. And that's what I really practice with my team. And as I told you last time, I'm unpopular for that with my teams. If a person is not going, then I would go back and introspect saying, why hasn't he become valuable for many more industries outside? So there's something which we have not done. And I'm mentally quite ready that there should be osmosis. There should be people moving from one industry to the other, because there will be also many more people who will come in. So I would not look at obsolescence, because I would rather look at saying, if people have not approached our teams when they're setting up newer industries, newer aggregate models, newer distribution models, then there's something which we have not done to arm them enough. So I would see this question of yours very, very positively. And of course, there's a lot of work to be done at our end to make that happen.
Okay, great. I think you've given a very positive side to it. Awesome. Let's Sandeep close this point from your side.
I'm going to make a very cheeky comment before I actually make a serious one. Right now, I don't think it's a market where we can afford to lose people. It's turned around, so everywhere we are trying to hire people, and it's actually a job seekers market these days. So the question itself is tough for us to even answer and implement. But over the years, the landscape in India has changed. And I make that comment because I've worked for a long time in internet space, right, in e-commerce organizations. So I can speak about talent across people, employees across sales, operations, logistics, technology, everything, right? The Indian industry has matured a lot, Rajesh. So I think the trend right now is people realize their strengths and they're mapping themselves to roles, opportunities where they're able to be successful. So there is very little opportunity for us to intervene and go and tell someone that, hey, you're not doing well, or you will need to move. It's become much more fluid. It's a transformation that I've seen undergo myself over the last 10, 15 years. Slowly, we are getting to a stage where people are able to identify their own strengths. Organizations are internally finding opportunities. If I feel that someone is really good in operations, then I find all things possible to do to ensure that a person moves from my sales team to my operations team. So it's become that fluidic. So really glad how the industry landscape is evolving. More and more ownership driven culture than someone needs to come and tell me whether I'm doing well or not. So that will be my the serious comment.
Thank you, Sandeep and Sada. Very bold and spoken like a true leader, full of character, I think, and extreme positivity. So thank you so much. I'm going to turn to Vinay. He's been waiting for a while, and one thing that I discovered while talking to Vinay yesterday was a lot of new age stuff that he's thinking, and the stage is also perfectly set from where we're leaving. Sandeep's point. So one, I heard learning, growth, and experience coming to the forefront from Vinay's lens. Also, considerable focus, both lateral move, shift, lateral growth in depth, both job enlargement, enrichment, and also some of the aspects in terms of new age thinking, like design thinking coming into play, some predictives and analytics. So Vinay, over to you. I know you have a lot, but again, just with a little bit of caution, need to package it in whatever little content, because I've got 5 or 6 more themes to be pushed amongst you, and that will be great. Over to you, Vinay.
Sorry about that. Thanks, Rajesh. I think quite a few key inferences and insights have been brought up, so I'll try and keep it a little fresh away from that. To your point of growth and how that connects with learning and development, I think growth has to complement the learning, because people need to see where the learning is leading to. And while a lot of people have talked about reskilling, and there's obviously a need for that, especially in the front end, I think in terms of upskilling and in terms of lateral growth, that's where we've actually seen some amazing results. So, over the last 20 plus years, we've realized that sometimes we underestimate the ability to find very strong leaders in the organization, and they're there throughout. So how do I put together learning opportunities, and how do I match that with lateral growth opportunities? And one of the ways that we've done it, we do obviously encourage and facilitate external learning, mentorship, and things like that. But one of the things that works really well for us are having Scrum Groups, where often we have people that are outside of the initiatives of, functions, someone from another function, and they sit in on these meetings. They have a lot to contribute. Obviously, they have a lot to learn, and many times you get a really fresh perspective, coming from someone who hasn't necessarily spent that much time in the field. And that has been very important to us as well. And the thing is, when you're looking at lateral growth and you're supplementing it with the ability to grow, it empowers the employees. One of the things that I honestly love about my job is being able to look at different things, right? Things are constantly changing, you need to change. That's exciting for me. And I think doing this with your employees gives them that same sense, right? It makes them feel that they are able to do so many more things within the company to add value to the company and to add value to themselves. So I think that's something that we should all really look at a little more.
Thanks, Vinay. I think quite a lot of stuff in that 2-3 minutes of talk. But I'm going to have one specific question for you, and the question is: a lot of people, and I've done this in another panel, which is like a very high-profile partners kind of a big group, big consulting company. And one thing that's come through research is in the last 2 years, a lot of business heads, at least through data, have said that learning and performance have been soft-pedaled. What it really means is people have given a little bit of tolerance, number one. People have allowed performances to be okay. There have not been too many hard discussions. There have not been phase-outs. It's okay. I mean, what should have been ideally learned in 3 months, you give them 6 months, you give a longer rope. What's your reaction to something like this? And this is like data backed. So how do you respond to this?
I'm going to treat that as a bit of a trick question. And some people have alluded to this in terms of, learning being an investment or learning being a good cost. I feel that you need to merge learning with performance, because that's essentially what you're looking for as an outcome, right? So if your method of engaging people and having them learn is leading to value add many times immediately, then I don't think it's an either or. While there are obviously times where you have to balance it out in terms of this takes precedence over the other, but that's usually periods where uncertain things have happened, and a lot of that has happened over the last 2 years. But if you're able to combine the two, I think that's really the way to go, because learning is part of business performance, right? So I think that's how I would look at that. And in terms of how we understand and empathize with not just employees, but even consumers and third-party partners that we have. We've been doing a lot of design thinking based learning.
Right. Yeah.
So we've had a bunch of workshops. We're able to put ourselves in those people's shoes. And to be honest, I think a lot of our processes and even some of our metrics have changed because, and this is alluding to, things that have been touched upon already. Customer experience at the end of it is the goal, right? And, I always do this when I'm at stores is, I think someone who isn't buying and is leaving, it's equal, if not more important for that person to walk away with a good experience, right? So I think design thinking has really helped on that angle, and we've tried to get a lot of technology implemented towards that. We have a employee engagement platform that we're going to roll out in a couple of weeks. We have our digital assets, for example. We've had screens in our stores for quite a while now. And, that's predominantly been for showing consumers videos and things like that. But then we realized, we are looking to reskill our front-end staff, and you want to be as engaging as possible. So we do snippets in the mornings that the employees look at. And they may be small videos from functional heads. They may be, SOPs that have been animated, things like that. And we will be rolling out an employee app, which is also very gamified. So the idea is how do you make learning not feel like learning? And I think that's the key to it.
Thank you, Vinay. I think quite a lot of stuff that has come out and some of the new age stuff. So thank you. I'm going to continue the conversation post this conference with you, Vinay. I think there's a lot to really build from here on. We just have 5 more minutes, and then maybe I have a question for each one of you very quickly, and you need to really package it very quickly. So I'll turn to you, Rajiv. And this is an audience question, and I'm going to pack my own question along with that. The audience question is: what are the 4 key skills for a learning team? Number 1. But along with that, I have a trick question, just to balance it, if you can cover both. The question is learning an internal function anymore? Because I find that, the core, the curriculum, the content, the communication, all belong to outside experts. So again, a challenge, just a 30 seconds to a minute of response. I don't know how you do it.
So I don't know the specific skill sets, but I think learning is changing. And what you're saying is whether learning is internal or whether learning is external is central to that. You can package all kinds of information to employees, whether through an in-house classroom intervention, which was the norm of the day before COVID, to setting up a group of employees into a Coursera or a Udemy or any other method to be able to do. So to me, I think what's crucial is what are you training? And I think Vinay brought out a very important thing, that what is it going to influence in terms of performance outcome and productivity outcome for organization? And how is it helping the employee to grow up a notch after he has gone through this kind of training? So I think crucial issue is training has to be measurable. Training has to have an outcome. Whether it happens internal, whether it happens digitally or through a third-party intervention, hardly really matters. I think crucial issue now is how are we able to build that training, use that training to an outcome for the organization and growth of the employee. Yeah.
Brilliant. I think you brought out those 3 or 4 virtues also that one should focus. Sadaf, very quick. This is something which I've been thinking for a long time. Ideally, I wanted to have a little bit of a longer discussion on this. But does it make sense learning to be factored as a CPC component so that you really empower an individual? Is this something that one can think as a progressive compensation architecture item, so that you give that as an expense, as a spend rather? And of course, factor it through, deliverables.
My answer would be no, Rajesh, because I think there are things which can be incentivized and there are things which cannot. I think learning has become critical today. I was seeing one of the questions on the group who say, what kind of culture? And to me, the culture which I would see is a seeking culture. So if you want to make all your staff seekers, then I don't think it can be incentivized or remuneration backed. I think I would rather leave it to say it's a thing happening right in front of you. It's for your survival, for your needs. So I would possibly hesitate to say it should become part of the CTC.
Awesome. Saurabh, again, a very quick one to close this discussion as the last point. There's a lot of fear, anxiety, uncertainty with respect to each individual trying to be relevant. What would be your message? I mean, what would be your message as a leader to say, what are the top 1, 2, 3 things that individually one should do to come out of this particular zone? And particularly people have gone through whatever in the last. So how do you reassure the audience?
I think one of the things is people feel that change is not good, is good news for us because we know we are working with humans, right? Humans are always averse to change. But the good news in this is I think the factor of what is going to be certain will change dramatically, right? So for example, what the organization is and what it stands for will be redefined, and those will be the new constants. The outcomes will be the new constants rather than anything else. For example, at McDonald's, we would like to be the market leader as far as the QSR business is concerned. Now, if that's a constant and every employee is thinking about that, from that dimension, that's a constant, right? Whether he's an HR employee, a training employee, or a marketing employee, the mental model has to shift from saying, in HR, if I do this, then I become a good employee. No, the mental model is, okay, what's the purpose of the organization? What's my role in that purpose of the organization? And hence, what's my new constant? And I think those new constants are there for all of us to see. And all of us who are speaking out here are also going through this mental model change. Otherwise, we wouldn't have survived.
Thanks so much. I think I picked up 3 words. I don't know whether right or wrong, but I think I'll use it: purpose, mindsets, and roles. That's what came out of the way you articulated. We have to stop. I mean, I would have loved to go on and on. So just for a lack of time, with an intense audience as this, with an intense panel as this, we could have built some more discussion threads, but we have to stop. It's been a fascinating discussion, gentlemen, and it's been phenomenal in terms of learning. We'll continue the discussions. Not that we've resolved every single problem or the issues revolving around us at this stage, but I think we've left those seeds of thought, and I think pretty reassuring also in terms of your tone, your pitch, and visualization of things ahead. So thank you for being on this panel. It was fascinating. I picked up a lot of learnings and enjoyed being with you guys, and look forward to more interactions even beyond this conference. Thank you so much. Over to you, Rai and Hugo, and thanks so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to Mr. Rajesh Padmanabhan and the entire panel. Thank you to Mr. Saurabh Kalra, Mr. Rajiv Nair, Mr. Sadashiv Naik, Mr. Sandeep Varaganti, Mr. Vinay M. Chatlani, and of course, once again, Mr. Rajesh Padmanabhan. It was a very riveting panel, and it really, really set the tone for the 2 days of the Retail L&D Summit. Ladies and gentlemen, requesting participants to kindly visit the networking area and also our expo area where our partners have set up their stalls. Please note, we do have a quiz that's going to be running through the entire conference, where we will ask you questions, ask you to type in your answers in the chat box. We'll tell you how when we actually come to it. But I'd like to give you a heads up that all the answers are based in with our partners. Okay, they're all partner relevant questions. So your visiting the stalls of our partners will definitely help. Coming up right now, we move on to our next panel discussion: reimagining learning and development in retail to make the frontline future ready. This panel discussion is powered by Disperse. It's my privilege and pleasure to welcome our panelists to this panel. She is Head Talent and Learning, Trent Limited, a warm Tata Retail. A warm welcome to Manvi Pathak. He is General Manager HR, Head Sales and Operations, and Head of Learning and Development at Spencer's Retail Limited. A warm welcome to Dhruv Dubey. He is Head of Retail Training at Titan Company Limited. A warm welcome to Narayanan Sabharatnam. Please welcome Talent Partner Global HR Adidas. She is Niti Sharma. And our moderator is Head of Skilling Solutions at Disperse. Please welcome Prachi Sharma. And Prachi, it's over to you and this lovely panel for the next, nearly 45, 50 minutes.
Thank you so much. If we have an exciting conversation It is about reimagining and looking at L&D from a different perspective. And, we will talk a lot about, and I'm sure it's happened in earlier discussions also, something that's been more relevant in the last 2 years has been change. And, the saying that change is the only constant is probably been right, especially for the L&D industry. All industries have gone through several amount of changes in terms of how do we approach L&D, and it continues to do so as we move along. I think every day, we're dealing with a new innovation, a new way of kind of reaching out to our learners. So today's discussion, we will talk about, especially for our frontline staff and our learners, how life has changed in the retail industry with our panelists. And they all come from very different views. And we had a very interesting discussion a couple of days back also. So I think it's going to be a fun conversation. I'll start off with my first question. And, we'll start with Neeti. What do you think is changing in the retail industry when it comes to learning? Especially in last 2 years, and how is it that retail industry is getting affected by it? Neeti, over to you.
Thank you, Prachi. It's a pleasure being part of this panel on this event. You have really raised a very interesting question. I would say if we kind of really close the window to the past 2 years, there were a lot of macro elements which really impacted learning and development, given the pandemic that we all have seen and are continue to seeing. So yes, of course, from a learning and development point of view, I think the macro situation was really a kind of a jolt to the learning and development world. Because we were used to delivering 8 hours, 7 hours of trainings in person, in classroom, and the kind of experiences that we were really creating for our learners were pretty much, coming from the format that we were using for delivery. But yes, in the past 2 years, I think the learning and development world has also learned to really engage with the teams remotely and not really in person. But that aside, I would say that's just probably a temporary phase. And I really hope that we come back to our good old classroom and in-person days. But that aside, I would say that a lot has changed in past 10 years or 12 years that I have been associated with learning and development in the retail industry. The learners have changed drastically. I mean, when I started my career as a retail operations manager, and when I was undergoing certain product trainings or doing certain product trainings, it was really very different how we were doing it. But it has drastically changed in the past, I would say almost 4 to 5 years. The learners have had changed, and that is what really has impacted how we are doing what we are doing. So now it's about how the learner wants to learn. So if I am a learner, how I want to learn, when I want to learn, and what I want to learn. So I wouldn't say that it's now on me as an L&D lead of my organization, where I really set up a course module, a calendar, and just deliver it, to my audience. No, because now my audience has changed. They want to really know what they want to know. So how they learn. I mean, we could really get into details of it. They are not just looking at facilitation sessions. They want self-reads. They want to go the digital way. They want a blended learning approach rather than just a theoretical delivery approach. So if I learn something about the sales equation today, do I get an opportunity to go back to my store and really start practicing on the floor? Because that's how I really want to learn. If I'm doing that, I would maybe want to be sharing my learnings and my experiences with my peer group. So the peer impact is larger than a trainer's impact in today's world, right? So I want to kind of validate my experiences with my peer group and really ask them, okay, did I do right, or did I miss anything? So that's how I want to learn. When I want to learn, as per my convenience. You can't really bind me into a 9 to 6 session or a 9 to 5 session. I want it at a click of button. I want it as per when I want to spare time and invest time into my learning. And what I want to learn. So it's not that I think that my retail associate today needs to have product demonstration skills. No, probably my retail associate today wants to know how this product really satisfies the need of the consumer, the need which is now larger than what it used to be 10 years ago. So for example, if I was the consumer, I would walk into the store and say, I need this, and could you help me, etc., etc. No, now I want to go as a consumer. I want to see how sustainable the product is, right? Is it gender neutral? Or are we still kind of really slicing it into the gender fashion? So that's the kind of consumer who's walking into the store. So then, as a retail associate, I would want to know, how does this product really fit into the value systems of the consumer? So I would say a lot has changed, and I would say changed for good. That doesn't really, kind of really put me in a corner and make me really, shake my mind up and say, okay, now how do I go about this? Because I see that curiosity, I see that that intention, and I see that effort in today's world where this generation really wants to learn. Yeah.
Thank you so much. And it's absolutely right. I think we've moved from 7-8 hours of classroom session, as much as they were fun, but I think it's become a digital first approach. It is a very pull-based learning. What is it that I want to learn? And I think L&D world is still adjusting to that because this was a sudden change from a 7 to 8 hours classroom download product session to suddenly very, very learner central. And I completely agree with you. And it's an exciting change. And I think we'll talk about how to deal with it. While it's exciting, sometimes dealing with it is just another ball game. I'll move on to Dhruv and ask him a similar question as to, what are the changes that you see in the retail industry? And are you excited to get back to 7 to 8 hours of classroom session? Dhruv, over to you. Dhruv, I think you're on mute.
Hi, thank you. Thanks for your time. And I'll pick up from Neeti, where she kind of said a learner has himself changed. And that's so true. So starting from retail, so I guess retail is going through a massive change. It has gone through a tremendous change in the last 2 years, right from the buying process, right from the customer preferences, the way they buy, what they buy, how they buy, all has changed. And that has put tremendous pressure on all the companies to realign their business models, realign their talent, realign their learning and development. So I will spend more time in terms of the macro change that I am seeing. And what I feel is that the knowledge available suddenly has multiplied. So suppose I was making a training content earlier, I would have limited myself to say one stream of knowledge, and I'm focusing on that. Now what I'm witnessing is that we have to pick up the content from various industries, various areas of various subjects, and then that's how we have to go and build a good content. The content range has increased on one side. So if I have to train people on customer service, maybe I have to draw out not only from the retail customers, but I have to go now and say, how's the e-commerce buying pattern of a customer? Then I will see, okay, how the young generation buying. Then I have to see how the women. So what's happening is that we have to study many more subjects right now to make it cohesive, relevant content for the business. And the other thing that I'm seeing is that the number of things that we have to train people on has also increased. If we were doing, say, one training earlier for one set of people, I suddenly believe it has multiplied into 3. We have to do 3 more trainings, and maybe every training is getting changed every month. Same manager you go to and talk to them and ask them, okay, what's we did something 2-3 months back, how's the impact going? And then you say, no, Dhruv, what is happening is, I need 2 more things. Because these 2 things have come in, I've added some new products, the customer has changed, and they are doing this more, and I need to have something little more. Now, so the rate of content creation is changing, has multiplied. And then the content itself has to be a lot more integrated across the subjects. And then all the Niti said was, how to make it individualistic, how to kind of customize, when to make it available, how they will consume is also there. So that's the change that I see on the learner side and the way training is moving.
That's pretty interesting. And, Dhruv, that kind of tickles my mind with a question. Do you think eventually with content, we will have a problem of plenty?
We are having.
Yeah.
It's like people are so getting used to going through one content after another. And that's what the videos are actually doing to us. All the content is there on Netflix or YouTube and all. People are, in one sense, they are getting avid consumers of content. So the rate of adoption is fast now. So that's not a challenge now to make people come to the platform, make them consume something. I don't think that's a bigger challenge. But to make it specific to people, let them know when to stop and how to utilize it, I believe that's where our role will come in.
Yeah, and a very, very interesting topic you've picked up, which is content. It's probably one of my favorites, and I keep telling everybody that the boredom period has become so short, right? Because look at Instagram, you just go and that's it. But somehow you can't create content that short, and I think our content creators are going to extend their imagination and be more creative. That's a very interesting one, Dhruv. Thank you for bringing that up. Manvi, over to you. Listening to a lot of macro changes that the retail industry has gone through. Keen to hear what your thoughts are.
Yeah. So thank you so much. I think, very relevant points have been already mentioned by Niti and Dhruv. And here I would like to, just mention that like retail industry was, very, very dynamic and fast-paced industry before the pandemic. And this was one of the industries which was very badly impacted also. So we saw a lot of changes post-pandemic, not only in terms of customer, preferences, customer mindset, the push of technology and change in business models. So all that has also impacted the role of L&D, because the business is also looking at L&D to help them adapt to the new normal. Okay, so L&D has become from nice to have to need to have. It's very, very important. And because the higher expectations from L&D is also because of the business disruption that has happened. The business has understood that we cannot do the way we were doing things earlier. We have to learn and we have to be very, very agile. So I think L&D has done a phenomenal job, worked at a lightning speed, both in the first and the second wave. We have done our best, with the budget cuts and but now I see things are improving because the L&D has actually elevated its role in these 2 years, and we have actually shown the value of our training programs. So what I see that few things which are have resulted as a result of this pandemic and which is going to continue is that there is going to be a shift towards experiential learning. It's going to become use of gamified learning, virtual and alternate reality. All these things are going to become very, very important. I also see that the continuous learning, which has already been touched by Dhruv and Niti, that also is going to become very, very important. And this is going to be a struggle for L&D professionals to get and build a culture of learning in the organization, because that is a critical thing. And if we don't do that, it is going to become very, very, we might have so many content providers, but it's going to be very, very difficult if we don't have a good learning culture in the organization. And the other things that I feel that budget, few organizations might have been very generous with the budget, and few organizations are still cutting. What is important that L&D is going to be under a great deal of scrutiny. We have to be mindful about the money that is spent, and focus on ROI is going to become very, very important, so that we use the money in most effective and productive ways to promote learning. So these are the few things that I'd like to talk about.
Awesome, Manvi. And I think you've touched a very delicate chord with L&D, which is budgets. And I'm sure everybody has a smile when it comes to that. But an interesting topic that I think you also mentioned in one of our conversation was around skilling upskilling and right skilling. While that's important for the learners, how important do you think is that for our trainers? Because what has happened in last 2 years is that there's been an adjustment from the business, from the organization. But what we don't realize is that the people also imparting learning also need to upskill and reskill. What are your thoughts on that?
Very, very important. In fact, I feel that as L&D professionals, the canvas has grown larger and there is need to take a much bigger mandate for us. Okay, we have to help business leaders and employees across the organization to grow and adapt. And this is what the pandemic has, shown us. And if you see L&D, like I just mentioned, that L&D has done a phenomenal job. I was just talking with someone, and we were seeing that how so many roles L&D has taken up. Like L&D professionals are becoming pulse survey experts. They are becoming virtual learning specialists. They are becoming learning experience providers. So many things. You just have to see, LinkedIn, go to learning, and you see L&D professionals profiles. You have all these words, and it's not that they are just fancy words. People are actually doing so much. So I feel that the way the L&D has to wear several hats, and you actually have to develop newer competencies to grow and develop yourself. So things like you had just mentioned that things like design thinking principles, technology, use of analytics, all these things are some things that L&D has to develop skills. If you are not if you already don't have those skills, you need to develop these skills to become a well-grounded L&D professional now.
Yeah, wisely said. And I think sometimes what happens in all this shift, we forget that L&D folks need to reskill themselves. You're right, the kind of jobs that are available for L&D is completely changed. So that paradigm shift is very important. A lot of organizations are looking at various approaches of running L&D. And that kind of takes me to Sabha Ratnam. And I wanted to, talk about a little bit about what your thoughts are, both on how the retail industry's changed. And I know you had some very interesting examples last time when we spoke. And how is it that you're dealing with those changes within your organization?
Thank you, Prachi. It's wonderful to be part of this panel. I heard Neeti, Dhruv, and Manvi, and completely aligned to what they said. I'm not going to repeat anything that they have spoken because we also feel the same thing. And if you look at customers today, I think they tend to know as much, if not more, than the people who are selling at our stores. And we are also noticing mobile phones playing a vital role in customer engagement. So consumers have their own ways of researching, and they're also keen to optimize on every rupee that they spend, on the business. And that gives us an opportunity to really engage with them using different tools, and that's where new capability is needed. If you ask me, an example could be that a consumer who is not in front of you and is remotely getting handled, will only get to hear you, right? And when they are hearing you, it's that much more important to be more clear on your communication. And you also need to understand the ways and means of touching the right chord, right, with the customer. And that's what is going to get you either the customer getting converted or, they putting up some excuse to buy later. So it's very important that the element of consultation is developed for your people. And that's becoming more and more vital for us. And some customers, have known us, but many of them are new. And in that space, you really need to create compelling content. And I completely agree with Dhruv that content should be such that it's easily understood and it is extremely well engaging. It doesn't take away too much of your time. And you readily have, the top 3 or 4 points that you need to really talk about. So if that is coming up, then content is really justifying, its core. And it's important that we think on those lines now. It's no longer going to be storytelling in a long way, which is having several elements which I have to decipher. I have to be very, very clear. I have to bring in the element of brevity in what I want to discuss. And, you have to be mindful of just the 2 or 3 things, because there are too many things which are coming in. And Manvi is absolutely right, because when you speak to managers, when you speak about the changes which have happened post-COVID, I think the requirements have, been growing, and with so much of demand and everybody doing something or the other to these poor folks, we have to be mindful that what they can grasp and how we give them, right? So that's the change that we are seeing at this point in time.
That's a very interesting points, and I'll move on to my next question with you. I wanted to know who, according to you, are our learners, and what is the new learner persona, and what does learner experience mean to you? I've heard of customer experience for a very long time, and most retail industry, I think, spends insane amount of time. But now we're also looking at getting our learners a good experience. So first, who is our learner and what's the persona according to you, especially when it comes to frontline? And then how important is learner experience?
Yeah. So, continuing on my point, I think learners have become more attuned to what they can learn fast. Okay. The long, boring sessions are over. Firstly, to provide personalization, the number of people who should be part of your session should not exceed more than 20. In my mind, sometimes it becomes 25. That too is very large. You can't look into everyone. And then you need to, certainly build in some pre-work, because that has really given them a platform to engage and participate. And this also enhances collaboration in a lot of ways. So when we look at learning, we talk about personalization, we talk about collaboration, we also talk about making it more informal. So a little bit of quizzing, some exciting goodies, they have become part of the norm now, and if these things are not there when you want to train or coach, they feel that it becomes like a one-sided exercise where somebody is throwing jargons at them and they are not able to follow. The same is true for all the digital content that is developed for learners as well. We will have to ensure that it is simple, relatable, easy to comprehend, and it too must have elements of peer contribution and gaming, like what Manvi was talking about. And that truly translates into a leaderboard for them, and it adds to their motivation. The learner is today seeking more meaningful discussions so that it becomes purposeful for their development, and they are able to apply the learning onto their jobs. We looked at focusing on functional competencies, and this is something that gets missed because organizations want to create future leaders, and they focus on top talent. But the fact is that everyone needs support in their area of work as well. And that could be understood by creating experts in the functions and getting them to train and coach people on their respective functions as well. This is a big shift that we are able to sense and build for the company.
Brilliant. I think using the current functional leads to be coaches is one of the most important thing and help in customer learner experience. Of course, you mentioned badges, you mentioned point leaderboards, extremely important part of gamification and helps us interact. Manvi, over to you. Wanted to understand who is a learner for you and what is that persona and how important is learner experience?
Learner, this pandemic has created a learning need across the organization. So for me, learner is, across. We have we work, I work with the retail organization, which has multi-generational workforce. So, we have Gen X, Gen Y, Gen Z, everybody. So, everybody is a learner, and there are few areas which the pandemic has definitely opened up where, we need to focus on. So learner, experience, if you ask me, is very, very important because it leads to better learning and retention. So it is just not about content, because most of the time we think that learner experience is all about content. learner experience is just not about content. It is how well you understand the learner's context and how the learning content can lead to better application of the learning. So learner experience is what drives engagement, collaboration, and application. One of the things that I'd like to add on here is that if you see, we have so many online learning, there's so many vendors and so many learning providers. They have fabulous content, but the problem of all these modules and online learning is that it makes learning a very solitary exercise, and it becomes boring. And research has shown that best learnings happens when we learn in cohorts, or so that it is where that learner experience, either you have some kind of a social learning platform, or we have to. And as L&D professionals, there is going to be a challenge for us, that how do you make this entire learning journey very, very exciting, and better learning and better retention through all this.
Very interesting, Manvi. I think we end up, and I'm glad you picked it up, we end up looking at content as the only learning experience, but you absolutely like collaboration and, man is a social animal, human is a social animal, and then getting into cohorts, that's exciting. But it takes me to the conversation that we were having earlier, Dhruv, with you on the content. And what is your thought around learner experience, and how important is content in it, and who is your learner, and what is that persona?
So my learner, I guess, is the same aspirational, ambitious young person who, and across the organization, I see this young person who has this need to learn. So there is a definite change in the learner on the intent to learn, and that I believe has come in with this whole technology and digital content that has been made available. People have realized, secondly, the importance of learning. There is a big correlation between people who are learning faster and people who are growing faster in organizations. And the learner has understood this point, that for me to grow faster, I have to learn faster. And that's why that there is an acceptance of spending some time on learning new things. Now, coming to the content, it is a challenge on us how to make that content more relevant for the person, how to make it more specific to the person. I will spend some time on the context of it, because content is good, but the experience comes when the context of the content is also customized to the person. The same content given in a 1A format is not relevant to the same person in a B context. And why I'm saying is that the way people want to learn, they want to learn specific things. So the same thing that you want to teach them, coming from one direction is one content, and coming from other direction is another content. But the beauty is the experience depends not on what you are teaching, but how you are teaching and when you are teaching it. And all these three things have to come together. If and the same topic, and I have seen this myself, the same topic, for example, I take a very simple topic on cashiering at my stores. If I do the same content on, say, covering the process, there's a different outcome and different intent around it, and different experience I have to create to teach something to people on the process part of it. And same thing if I have to teach the same person on a customer experience part of it at the cashiering POS, then the whole content has to be customized. The experience and the way I deliver that on the customer service bit has to be different. And the same cashier, if I have to teach the person to increase the sale and increase the cross-sell and the upselling, the same content, but I have to again customize it and again position it. And again, the context has to be created. This is a sales orientation. So that, I believe, is the change that we are witnessing. As Mani was saying, content, context, together coming with a specific intent to teach what we are teaching, together comes into an experience. And if all goes right, that's where we become successful now.
Very interesting. It's so cool to see such different and interesting point of views on the same topic. And I completely agree. I think if the content does not resonate with the learner, they'll never pick it up. What's in it for me is something that needs to be answered. And as we move along, when anybody designs content, that's the first thing they should be writing as an objective. What's in it for the learner? And like you said, if it's sales, it has to be relevant. It takes me to what Neeti was saying earlier, that the content or now the learning is about the learner, when they want to learn and how they want to learn. And, it's more of a pull than a push. What is a good learner experience according to you, Neeti?
Yeah, Prachi, I mean, we have had such a great discussion until now, and I heard we talked about budget and content and what the learner really looks like. I think from a learning experience point of view, and we spoke about Instagram, right? So the stories and Instagram, forget about the still pictures that we upload. It's now about a story that lasts only for 24 hours and then you move on to the next story, right? So of course, taking all that into account, I would say learner experience has to be very close to how they are living their own individual personal spaces, right? So in marketing, we would hear about or learn about or maybe practice something called precision marketing, right? So now when we are talking about creating a learning experience, it has to be very precise to the audience that we are really talking to, right? So for example, if I was to look at maybe a retail lead, right? Someone who's really leading the business for the country, the business, so for that kind of a person, it's more about the learning, or it's about how they interact with their peer group in the market and really get to know how the sales numbers are performing and what other businesses are really doing to fix those numbers. But when it comes to a retail associate, it is as simple as really creating a hero story. So for example, instead of telling them that this is service step number 1, service number step 2, 3, 4, 5, from entry to exit of a consumer, probably I will create a service hero and ask the service hero to present their success story with the team. So as again, referencing back to the point when I said that it's about peer learning. So there is where they will know the benchmark. There is when they see the results coming in. There is when they see, oh, really, this works. That probably they would, start practicing it. Then how do I teach them maybe mathematics, retail mathematics? So instead of really, putting a case study and asking them to decipher the conclusion, I would say, okay, this is a live scenario of a particular store. And now how do you think, what are those top 3 things that the store manager and the team could do to really enhance the sell-throughs, right? So what I'm really trying to say, it's about blended learning, really looking at how they learn faster. And the most important thing is capturing that feedback at the end of the session, really being sure that you're including that voice of the consumer, or the learner in this case, where they really say, okay, this worked well for me, this didn't work well for me. For example, I can never imagine having the 3 hours of a virtual session. So, and that too without giving a 15 minutes of a break in between. So is 90 minutes okay? Or is it 60 minutes? But that has to come, as I said, from the learner, how they want to learn. I hope I answered your question.
Yes, of course you did. I think everybody did and brought a very interesting and different perspective to it. I see there's an audience question, but before I move on to that, I do want, all of you come from massive experience and you've also done a very good change management in last 2 years, and I'm sure earlier all as well in your life. We do realize that as we move up the ladder, we also have new leaders coming into L&D, and especially in the retail world. And, they are looking at you guys to kind of tell them what is it that they need to manage as the first thing when they become leaders for the L&D world. So this is for the new leaders that come into the L&D industry in retail. What would be your advice from your experience, that what is it that they need to look at, or what are the key challenges that they should address first as soon as they become the leaders? And then we'll pick up the audience question. It's great to see questions, guys. Please keep putting them in. We'll start with Dhruv. Dhruv, what are your thoughts on it? What is your advice to the new L&D leaders in the retail industry?
My advice comes from my experience, the kind of questions that I get asked on a daily basis or whenever I am putting up a proposition. So my challenge is that how to be specific, how to be measurable, and how to be impactful? These are 3 questions that I ask myself every day as I go into any meeting, talking about any L&D proposition, and also in HR in general. And to the newcomers or the people who are starting new in L&D or in HR as a practitioner, I would certainly insist, even my younger self, that try to learn business a lot more than we actually do. I personally try harder to learn business, but the more I have tried to learn it, I have realized that the more effort I should be putting into it. In fact, I would even suggest that setting up one day in a week to just be the business person and go out and sit inside the store, or maybe just be on the field and talk to 5 customers. So our relevance is the most important point to me. And there's a debate that since it's getting more complex and more complex, the answer lies in getting more simple. From an L&D perspective, learner perspective, or the trainer perspective, or a practitioner perspective, in this complexity, if we have to really put up simple, exact solutions, then we have to know the business in and out, and then leverage on various experts who are there, like digital experts, content creation experts, change experts, delivery experts, to create the solution. But we have to be a lot more relevant, because if we are not relevant, the context of the business is getting so challenging that there's nothing called implied ROI. There has to be a direct ROI of what we are doing in our roles, and to be specific, to be direct, to be contributing, to be really making an impact. Learn the business first. Spend time every week, at least 2 or 3 days in a month, with the business people, just doing only business. Because the rate of change is so high that even if after 3 months you come back with a solutioning, you are maybe off the target.
Yeah, and I completely resonate with that. I think making it measurable and business specific is the only way to go for L&D. I'll move on to the questions because I see there's a time check that's been given to me for 5 minutes. I'll take on the first question, that is, how do you identify the current gap in needed skill and existing skills of frontline staff? That's an audience question. Anybody who'd like to answer that, please, from the panel?
Prachi, I can take that up.
Sure.
So there are a lot of data. I'm sure that there are many data points that we really get within the organization. So something like a net promoter score, right? So what is the consumer feedback which is really coming in? Also something like a feedback from a line manager, if we were to really look at current skills and potential skills from a career point of view. So if you have something like a matrix where you're really plugging your people in, and at the capability level where you have to really bring them to be able to fulfill your future human resource needs. So from a consumer point of view, NPS or mystery shopping or whatever people are using, from a people growth point of view, line manager, business and HR feedback. So there are multiple data points that we could really use and really see and validate it against the behaviors that we really see in work, and see what the current needs and the needed skills could be.
Awesome. Thank you for that. Yeah. I'll go on to the next question. There is a lot of uncertainty about future. How does one accurately predict what skills will be needed? If any of the panelists would like to pick up this question.
Okay.
Yeah, Manvi.
Yeah. So I think, of course, future is uncertain. The crisis actually has created an environment where we can either see it as very terrifying or very thrilling, because we are getting to learn new things, or it can be terrifying that we don't know what's going to happen. But how we go from here completely depends on what we do with what we have learned. So it's very important that you look at, reflect. So I think I can think about 3 things: reflect, rethink, and re-engineer. So 3 things, if you have this kind of approach, and be very agile and open to learning new things.
Yeah, and I'll second that. And I think one skill that everybody needs for the future is to unlearn and relearn. not to get stuck in what we're at. I think comes with a lot of experience, and I also saw that shift, and I said, okay, no, you need to unlearn and relearn. That is definitely a skill that will help anybody. I'll go on to the last question. Can the technology help predict future skills? What tools can help in this regard? Anybody would like to pick up that question?
See, technology can certainly help us what skills to pick up, beginning from the point that technology itself is a skill for many people across, and how to, first of all, learn technology, to leverage technology to learn skills comes second step. I certainly believe, especially for the leaders and for us, leveraging technology, learning technology is really an area where we should not be so hell-bent that I will learn only this part of technology or this skill, this language, this programming. But in general, as all of us are saying, learning and relearning has to be practiced. And if you have to master the skill of learning and unlearning, one thing that has to be done is to do and learn something every day or every week. So it's not relevant in my mind that, what exactly I have to learn and get so overbearing about it. The most important is look back in the last month and say, have I learned something new? Any course, any webinar, any session I did or interaction I did where I learned something, and have I been able to use that learning? And I will tell you that we will never be able to exactly predict at this moment of time what all skills we need. But the ability to learn faster and getting aligned and keep on getting aligned on a faster basis comes when we continue to learn on a continual basis.
I kind of agree with what Dhruv said. And sorry to butt in, but just wanted to add a few points there. It's important to look at, in-person training, but it looks largely impossible at this point in time, right? And we are also looking at blended online learning. And that's the way we expect to deliver learning programs for the next 6 months, at least in my mind. And if you really have to look at employees who are going to return back to work, then I'm sure that we are not going to go back to the same old ways of training, right? Because the new ways have shown a lot of effectiveness in the way it should be done, and how we could leverage that, with technology in a much better manner. So there are guiding principles that has sustained us, and I would certainly talk about them as well, because one is, what we have been saying, that content is king, and you have to really work on your content. So have a great content, start working on that, and that will never die, no matter how much future you get into, you really want to involve yourself into the content that you're trying to create. Second is, how do you go about delivering that content? So we have already innovated a lot. I think a lot of work needs to be done on that front. We have to continuously think how the learner is learning. And that was an interesting question from Prachi as well, as to what your learner persona is. You have to dig deep into that aspect and continue to innovate on that front. Operational excellence is another thing that Dhruv mentioned. You have to be partnering with your business. You have to understand how things are getting operated in your space. So one has to involve fully in the business, and also look at the trends that are visible to you in the business space. Because the way things will change for business will certainly impact the way you would go about training, right? So you have to see what are the future changes that are going to come in, and how are you going to, then tweak your training methods or tweak your training deliveries accordingly. It's very important to look at, delivering a great learning experience, no matter when, and that should be the core focus for us. So if we can nail all the four, irrespective of whichever order they come in, whether it is virtual or in person, your learning will stick. So that is the most important thing, more important than anything else. And then this is the age for upskilling, reskilling, and we are also talking about internal mobility. We want to grow our own timber, right? So it's important that we are more focused on developing those skills within the organization. And this will carry us to the next phase of growth as well in the new world of work, keeping high value, high performing employees, as paramount. And it's moving them into positions, which will deliver more value for you and the organization. So when we hire for those skills, it becomes difficult if we get somebody from outside. There might be budget constraints. There might be, cultural so compatibility not being there, etc. And it's important that you get your internal mobility also going. And when you want to move your employees into one job to another, you really need to upskill them and work on that front as well, right? So the future is bright in my mind, and there is a lot of work for all of us. We just need to, tweak the right levers and push the right buttons so that we are moving the right direction.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you so much. I think you summarized that very beautifully. And thank you for this. I do have more questions, but I think we'll probably connect separately and have different discussions. Thank you, all of you. It was lovely speaking to each one of you. And I think that pretty much brings us to the end of the session. Let's be connected offline. Thank you so much.
Thank you a lot.
Over
Thank
to
you. Thank you, Prachi.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much to Prachi Sharma, a very erudite moderator. And thank you to Manvi Pathak, Dhruv Dubey, Narayanan Savaratnam, and Neeti Sharma, our very distinguished panelists. Thank you. That was a very, very thought-provoking session. We move into our special masterclass, but before that, I'd like to remind our audience to kindly visit the networking area and the expo area as well. You can network with your fellow delegates, you can meet our partners and visit their stalls. And of course, as I mentioned earlier, we have a quiz, the answers of which will all be partner related. So by visiting our partners and meeting them, you will be quiz ready and you'll have a chance to win all those prizes. Okay, so coming up right now, we've got a master class. This is conducted by Tesseract. It's a Tesseract masterclass, and to make this presentation and conduct the masterclass, we have Suresh Kumar DN, Chief Executive Officer, Tesseract Learning Private Limited. Mr. Suresh Kumar, over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. I think last 2.5 years has been so much enlightening. Right now, I'm thinking, did we exchange some notes and took all the points from everyone to conduct this session? And hopefully, I remember whatever I have to talk, because it's been last 2.5 years. 2.5 hours is something that has been really very, very good time. So let me share my screen. Hugo, please tell me if once you're able to see the screen, and then we can just take it forward from
Yes,
there.
sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir, we can see it.
Yes. So thank you very much. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm sure you're enjoying this session. All the conversations starting from Mr. Rajendra Mehta and all the two panel discussions. So I'm going to talk about how do we build this sustainable and scalable retail frontline training programs. So, hopefully in the next 30 minutes, I'll be able to share more insights about what we have put together and how we work with customers. Okay. And as we all know, COVID has transformed how retail businesses operate, right? And more specifically, it has changed the way employees improve their training, improve their knowledge, and how they work in their workplace. So, so if you see, already there have been so many challenges which we have to provide training for retail workforce. It could be the new ways of working. It could be they are deskless, right? It becomes another big challenge, and attrition rates. It could be the change management or the transformation that they need to go through, and the constant pressure to train, retrain, upskill, reskill on various aspects that the learners have to go through, and also availability of really good trainers at all locations, because retail outlets are spread across the regions, and we can't have trainers literally be everywhere. And definitely on the demand training is something which is a challenge. And other important aspect is how do we help learners retain knowledge to drive excellence. Okay, right. And now, because of these challenges, in addition to that, COVID has brought in its own challenges to make it even more complex. Okay, and we all know that the old methods of embedding knowledge do not work anymore, as a lot of these external factors, which has now made a significant impact of the way learners improve their knowledge. And if at all you look at on the other side, where what kind of challenges the frontline face, right? It could be they need to be literally alert, literally all through the day, right? When they are in front of people, and they have very little time to go for detailed training programs, and they to ensure that they deliver right quality, their skills have to be literally up to date, and they need to remember all these concepts literally every time, so that they are able to apply whenever they are interacting with the customers. And being the face of the company, they carry bigger responsibilities because they need to live up to those standards. Because of that, they go through a lot of pressure through the day. And other challenges could be the education levels, personal backgrounds, and then definitely the livelihood challenges. And to add to that, because definitely COVID has induced its own additional challenges, where retail staff have to be even more alert and definitely have a good sense of health, hygiene, definitely social distancing, all the compliance norms. And other important thing, which always has been a good mode of training to them, is definitely been the face-to-face training, which is today not possible. And now they need to start learning, or they have been learning in the way using digital mediums. So if at all we have, having seen that, so what exactly, what should our training should be focusing on, right? We should be focusing on how do we provide that they task efficiently and effectively, so that they literally do their job right the first time and every time. And embracing changes and transformation, these are the big challenge for them. The way they have to work today, the way they have to converse, the way the sales happen, it's entirely different. And they should be really good at their service and the product, because the time that they get, maybe they would have earlier, pre-COVID, maybe they would have had, they can spend more time with the learner customer. Today it is not so, because literally everything is at very fast pace, and they need to take care of their personal hygiene, grooming, and the skills, which is soft skills or people skills, has to be at a different level altogether today. And another important aspect is they should know their where they need to improve upon, okay, what aspects that they should be taking care, and so that they are aware of themselves to groom and upskill, reskill to grow within the organization. And now, as employees have to manage new events and situations, which was not there earlier, right? Employees need to be literally clued or updated on the latest updates, of be it on their products, services, how do they handle customers, process, compliance aspects. It could be the best practices. And having said that, traditionally we have been planning training once a month or a quarter, I think it just don't work, right? Today, it should be, we literally need to train people on a daily basis. I did hear from the panel that is something that several organizations are already following. And we all know getting employees to learn daily is easier said than done, because it's not that an easy task. Another big challenge what we face is learners are unable to remember, right? And so that if they can't remember, they cannot apply on the job. And that's where we need to see as to how do we make this training scalable and sustainable. Okay, maybe let us just see as to how exactly we can make the training scalable, because it should be less dependent on trainers, because trainers should be enablers for training than just delivering the training. And gone are those days. And it should be easily implementable across geographies. It is accessible, and definitely it has to help drive the better adoption, because any training strategy that we put in has to at least have these few aspects that is taken care. And other important aspect is to ensure that it is accessible. It has to be mobile first, right? Learners should be able to access the training literally at their fingertips, so that it's they can access it anytime, anywhere. And it should be bite-sized learning, so that because they can consume it on their mobile phones. And other important aspect is, as we did talk about, I did talk about, trainers should be enablers. They also should be in a way to create these courses very, very swiftly. Okay, so instead of just being delivering, they should be able to create digital courses and then roll them out very, very fast. And that is where using these right tools and technologies become very, very important. Okay, so that is where which is required to drive these experiences for learners, so that they are able to consume the material, all the training material. And this is where we can use, be it your existing LMS, or it could be any system that will help you to drive the training, which will help them to retain. If you retain that for longer duration, and in case you don't have a system, I think maybe you should just start implementing new age systems like Credo, which will help you to implement and sustain this for longer duration. And how do we make this literally the retail training sustainable? Okay, it should be meaningful, right? And it should be useful for the long run. Okay, and there should be a strategy to build continuous learning. Okay, and it should be bite-sized, considering the constraint for time that learners have. It should be small, bite-sized learning. It should be digestible, and it should also help learners when they have a need to learn, or they need to learn quickly and apply it on the job. Okay, and the system should be able to generate right analytics, so that we are able to learn from that and create better interventions as we go along. And having seen that, what is also another important aspect is what are key success drivers to make this entire initiatives success is, as we I see all of us start thinking from an enterprise point of view. So we should always be able to balance between the goals of the business as well as the objectives when we're drawing up the L&D mandate or the training mandates. And it should be digital savvy. Okay, and as I mentioned, it has to be mobile. The analytics has to be something which will help us to make better predictions, so that we have better training deliverables. And it should help equip our people to be customer centric and maybe show empathy to others. Right, this is so important in this current juncture of the business that we are in. Okay, which helps them to literally have better experience. And another important aspect is collaboration. This is so important today, wherein not only that's a physical collaboration, it should be digital collaboration, which should help them to be curious, so that they are able to learn, be agile in adapting a change. So that's where the transformation becomes a very vital role. And other important aspect is we should have right structures, systems, and processes which will help the entire training. And other important aspect is definitely the onboarding experience of any retail employee has to be good, because any good onboarding experience will help people to stay with the organization for a longer duration. And analytics continue to play a vital role, which will help us to ensure that we drive the learning outcomes as what we have achieved, what we wanted to achieve. And though we have noted all these aspects, another big challenge which always comes up is this, right? Employees mostly desist training, as sometimes it can interrupt in their daily work or task. And they often they complain of lack of time to attend, or because of overly long sessions. And these days they're not keen to take time out of their daily tasks, because they have something to finish, okay, to attend the sessions, which sometimes may not add value for all the time that they spent. And another aspect is, okay, if you bring them in, another challenge that we all face is, okay, the learner says they just can't remember what they have gone through. And we all know this is purely because people literally tend to forget whatever they learned, majority of them in literally a week's time, right? So due to the forgetting curve. And what we also have to continuously assess and see is what is that can be done. Okay, and that's where it is very important to look at this. I think we all have gone through this multiple times, wherein our focus has to be to help learners to build mastery over the topic so that they continue to build the competency and help them to improve on a continuous basis. So how can this be done? This is definitely, the answer is reinforcement. Okay, and any programs that we do should be able to reiterate, help learners recall by continuous or periodic reinforcement. Okay, this is something which is very, very, very important. That is where continuous learning plays a vital role. And we all know that today's learners one is learn more to keep pace with the competition, and traditional methods just don't work anymore. And that is where delivering digital methods do help learners remember so that they are able to apply on the job. And so having seen this, so what exactly is required to improve engagement? Because this providing this positive reinforcements through bite-sized learning or micro-learning is a good idea, as to we can reinforce the information in smaller bites, okay, which will help learners to recall the training, apply it on their job, and ensure that the training programs over a period of time become a success. Because any training program should not be for today, that I create a program that will help learners remember today, but what happens after a week or 10 days? Because learner also would have forgotten in the same speed. So it is important for us to create our programs which will help us to reinforce this training continuously so that they continue to evolve. Okay. And microlearning, as we all know, means definitely it is a right size content where it teaches one specific learning outcome at a time, because that is what is important. And other important aspect is, in addition to improving the engagement, is our focus to equip our learners to be on that action-based mindset, wherein we are able to help them to carry out their tasks linked to outcomes. Okay, they would not require definitely histories or theories. Instead, definitely they would require nuggets that focus on tasks that they perform, which will help them to, and also align that to their daily workflow, ensure it's structured well so that they can seek guidance as and required. And other important is that they just get the required support as and when they really require. And to make this happen, that is where if our strategy is to ensure that we drive continuous learning as a strategy, it becomes easier that all our programs get aligned so that we continue to help learners remember and apply on the job. And this is something that has proved, because there are innumerable studies which tells that continuous learning has helped organizations globally. Okay. And how do we create these strategies? How do we make the entire thing work? Is definitely there are numerous ways, wherein one such aspect is align your existing learning ecosystem or adopt a new system, wherein learners continue to consume the training on a continuous basis, which will help them to provide training. Sometimes it could be every day, it could be at a set periodicity, which will help them to align to their flow of work. And definitely it has to be mobile first strategy through bite-sized learning, collaboration, knowledge sharing, peer feedback are critical. So is mentoring. Other important aspect is traditionally we provide training, and if there's a gap, like we assess through questions and we tell them right or wrong. But we should start thinking going beyond. Remediation has to help bridge that learning gap at the moment of occurrence than later, because post-mortem will not work, because learners would have literally forgotten the training that they've gone through becomes important. And it should help the training program should help meet immediate, intermediate, or when they're transitioning between jobs. So that should be done. And we also have to ensure that we curate the content which is relevant to the learner profile, so that and we drive that. And it has to be helping learners, as we talk about, to drive continuous learning, to ensure that they are able to remember this for a longer term, so that your training plan has to be not just for the current program, maybe for 3 months, 6 months, so that key aspects are on a continuous basis with very minimal disruption to their work, which will drive maximum productivity. Okay. So having seen these strategies, how do we now go about building this? Okay, but the easiest is, I think we all know, we have seen micro-learning strategies working really well for every customer. And this can be done very easily. It could be before a formal training, it could be after a formal training, anytime during a week. Okay, at regular moments, once we set the periodicity, it can just flow through. And at the moment of the need, when they have a need, it should be easily accessible. And what could be the types? I think it could be definitely small nuggets where it could, each one addressing the objective. It can be multiple nuggets which will help. It could be activities which will trigger interest so that they explore and learn. Okay, create curiosity. It could be definitely through videos, questions, challenge them continuously, create some fun-based activities, which is very, very important and critical. And job aids as and when required. It could be about the SOPs, it could be about the compliance aspects. So anything. I think there are multiple ways as to how we can use these varied interventions, which will help people to remember and also ensure that the program that we drive is spaced out, okay, so that it helps to address that forgetting curve. So there is a continuous reinforcement measures, which could be in the form of this well-spaced learning, as we discussed earlier, as well as ensure that there are memory boosters, which are nothing but we help learners after a training program, give small nuggets, which will help them to remember this larger program. It could be, say, you induct somebody, but when we go through induction, there's so much of literally cognitive load on the learner. And how do we help them continue to remember some of the key aspects, which will help them to recall, apply on the job, is something where memory boosters does play a vital role. And some of the best tips and practices to train frontline, definitely any training should be task oriented. There should be no unnecessary extra information which is not required. Focus on reinforcement, remediation, helping learners to build a mastery over a period of time, and have these challenges which will create that curiosity, enthusiasm, which will help learners, which will help them to reinforce the key concepts. And over a period of time, they automatically make it as a practice to carry out those tasks better. And wherever possible, videos has been working really well. Use them to reinforce key messages. And how do we drive this entire continuous learning experience is definitely using your existing LMS, as I mentioned earlier, or embrace products like Credo, which is built for frontline employees, wherein you can build programs or strategize your existing programs to drive continuous learning before or after training. And other important aspect is any trainings that we have to deliver today in a fast-paced environment is to ensure that these are built quickly so that it can be rolled out, because that is development of these training modules are critical, and ensure that the programs are sustained for a specified period and just to deliver one training program, because it has to be for long-term retention, and definitely it has to be available on any device. So to quickly talk about, okay, one such strategy which I have access to is definitely Credo as a product, as to how we can drive continuous learning, where in Credo you can create literally the learning journeys for learners. Okay, it can align with your existing ecosystem. Using Credo, you can create your own courses. Any of your trainers who knows Word, PowerPoint can create beautiful courses, create learning paths, and drive your entire meetings through integrated with Zoom and MS Teams. Assignments can be done, OJTs can be done, surveys. Okay, you can have your all the resources unified in one location. And because course creation is also so easy in this, including gamified activities, remediation memory boosters or built-in features, which will help you to just drive that entire activity, which is all completely automated. And other important aspect is the entire translation. If you create courses, you can just manage the entire translation process in any language right inside the platform, because that learners can literally consume at any way. And analytics definitely a built-in feature. And other important aspect is to give that additional time to your trainers so that they are able to drive better training outcomes, build better competent teams. And some of the examples that you could see is which is built within platform like Credo is some of these screens that I'm just showing, where you can create literally various activities for learners to challenge them, create beautiful courses so that it's easy to consume. It's I mean, it engages the learner, because that's what is important. So this is just some small quick aspects which I just wanted to cover, driving that memory boosters or spaced learning collaboration, which is easy. And let's go. And there are a couple of case studies where we have seen this entire continuous learning journey, where we have implemented in an environment like retail. Is we're working with a large car sales, retail sales company, around 7,000 people, where we had to literally convert their entire customer service guide into micro-learning modules. And learners could literally access it on the mobile app anytime, anywhere. The best part of what happened is, I think after they implemented this strategy, overall platform engagement increased to 89%. Another important aspect is they reduced their entire customer escalation. Earlier, it used to be above 50% to 27%, where they are able to now provide better customer experience. So if you prepare training programs, it will one way or the other impacts the business. So that's something that we have seen this. And other good example is we work with another large insurance company where close to 30,000 people had to be trained. There are huge content that SOPs and others, which we converted into micro-learning courses. And we also provided a lot of videos and quite a bit of content which we could not convert, or because it was too much of content to convert. We retained some of the content as reference guides, as PDFs, and as well as gamification interventions. And again, content was mobile friendly. But the other important aspect is their course completion rates earlier was literally 20-30% and increased in 6 months time up to 73%. And the sales also increased because they saw that they were just complaining because here the L&D team works closely with the revenue team. They could see that there is an increase in the sales revenues, and that's something that they were very happy to see as to how this any training intervention which is planned, which is driven for a long-term impact, will definitely have positive vibes, which drives the learners so that aligned to the organization, to the objectives becomes easier. So to conclude, definitely what is important is definitely having this meaningful and relevant programs to make that training really impactful, because this is so important. And ensure that it is digitally driven, right? Any training which is bite-sized has to drive performance enhancement. And using the right tool or the platform to create that training faster, ensure that it's accessible on mobile phones, remediate any learning gaps, drive that continuous learning journey, which is very, very important, so that we are able to evaluate the overall performance efficiently and effectively. And definitely, as I mentioned earlier, the focus has to be to drive continuous learning so that we are able to align organizations with what is required. So to just quickly talk about Tesseract, we are learning specialists, been in the business for a long time. We are an award-winning company, provide content solutions, provide the Credo as a platform, being used for some of the large retail outlets. We also offer ready-made content on various aspects. So I would love to connect up and have any conversations as to how we have been helping. This is some of the applause that we have got globally. And if you're around, then please do visit our booth, and we can have the conversations going. So that's all. I think I just wanted to keep as short as possible within the time. I suppose I did conclude this well within the time.
Thank you very much to Mr. Suresh Kumar D, and thank you so much, sir, for a very informative Tesseract Masterclass. Tesseract, of course, is our learning partner at Retail L&D Summit. Thank you. That was really, really very informative. Coming up right now, we've got a quiz, as I told you. We've got some quiz questions coming up for our audience. And the way you can be quiz ready really is to visit the expo area, interact with our partners, because all our quiz questions are directed towards something that you will find in our partner booths. Okay, so that's one thing. Two is also visit the networking area where you can network with fellow delegates to Retail L&D Summit 2022. Okay, here's how you participate in the quiz. It is based on fastest finger first. You will get precisely 30 seconds to answer any question. What you need to do is on the bottom of your screen, you'll see a red box which says click for question and answer / chat. Click for question and answer / chat. It's a red box. Click on that. Select the ask a question option. There will be two boxes that open up. The first box says asks for the speaker name to whom you wish to ask a question. In that box, you write your own name and the email ID. Okay, the box that asks you for the speaker's name to whom you want to ask a question, you write your own name and email ID. In the second one, where you actually have to type your questions, you will type the answer and the question code number. Remember, the question code is important, and whenever we ask a question, we will give you the question code. Okay, if you're all set, let's go with our first question. We'll have two questions right now before we go on to our next panel discussion. The first question, okay, question code 3. Question code 3. Which is a brand new product from B Sharp used for our live quiz and quick learning? I'll repeat the question. Which is the brand new product, or name the brand new product from B Sharp, which is used for our live quiz and for quick learning? You get 30 seconds. Okay, we'll move on to our next question. This is question code 5. Which company, question code 5, which company is an AI-powered skills and capability building suite? Which company is an AI-powered skills and capability building suite, helping enterprises unlock business potential by enabling organization-wide skilling initiatives? Which company is an AI-powered skills and capability building suite, helping enterprises unlock business potential by enabling organization-wide skilling initiatives? Fastest finger first. Type the answer in the chat box. To get to the right place, you click on, you see a red box down there with click for Q&A / chat. Click on that. Select the ask a question option. You will get two boxes opening up where you have to put the speaker name. You put your own name and email ID. Where you have to actually type in your question, you will type in the answer with the correct question code. Okay, so keep those answers coming in. We will announce the correct answers and we'll announce the winners of the gift vouchers a little later. Right now, we've got our next panel discussion. It is the role of academia in shaping a future-ready workforce. The role of academia in shaping a future-ready workforce. Please help me in welcoming our distinguished panel. He is Professor and Dean, School of Business, Public Policy and Social Enterprise, Ambedkar University, Delhi. Please welcome Dr. Karthik Dave. He is Chairperson PGDM, that's in Retail Management, and Associate Professor of Marketing, BIMTech. A warm welcome to Dr. Gagan Katiyar.
Hello, good evening, sir.
Good evening, sir. He is Regional Campus Director, North, Pearl Academy. Please welcome Abhishek Sharma.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening. He is Chief Operating Officer. He is a Customer Care Associate and Assistant Vice President, Shoppers Stop Limited, Anirudh Mahajan.
Hello, everyone.
Good evening, good evening. I presume that is Associate Vice President, not Assistant. Okay, so my apologies there. And he is Chief Operating Officer, Bhima Jewels. A warm welcome to Gopa Kumar.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening. And moderating the session is our very own Director, Retail Learning and Membership, Retailers Association of India, Dr. Lawrence Fernandez. Over to Dr. Lawrence Fernandez and the panel.
Yeah, good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Yeah, good evening all, and welcome to this session on role of academia in shaping a future-ready workforce. What we have done is we have got both sides on the panel. We have got academicians, and we also have the people from the industry. We've got two panelists from the industry, and what we are going to do is we are going to understand the how ready are both of them, to shape our future of the learners who are in the pipeline or who we are expecting, the talent pool that will the last 2 years in our working life, and of course driven by COVID, and they will be here to stay with us, and they will determine how working life will be in 2022. And we are seeing a pattern. The pattern which we are seeing emerging is that with knowledge workers, the people who work in our backends, they can basically work from anywhere at any time. Okay, and their lives have definitely got impacted. I will just share it how. And there definitely is a second segment, which is the frontline workers. As of now, they have not been impacted. For them, work life is as usual. They have not been impacted by this hybrid workplace, but maybe in the near future, because technology is now coming in a big way, they may get impacted. So what we are seeing now is that lots of opportunities are coming, new ways of working, new job roles continue to redefine the relationship between us and our workplaces, both at the store and at the service offices. So there are 4 trends which I've seen, in the work environment. One is the hybrid working, which I just mentioned. That initially there used to be 3. There are 3 models we can say. One is attending work at the service office or that workplace. Second is working from a remote location, maybe your home, etc. And then third is the hybrid model. And we are seeing that people are now getting a choice, a much more of a choice now to work from or choose a place where they would like to work from. A recent study found that 90% of the employees who were surveyed, including workers and managers, were happier with the increased freedom. And we are also seeing that this will now have an impact on what we call global war for talent. Okay, where people compete for jobs from anywhere, right? So if you are a knowledge workers, you really have to think that the world now is your oyster, and you can work from any organization remotely from anywhere. The second trend, which is very visible, is the AI augmented workforce. The World Economic Forum predicts that AI and automation will lead to creation of 97 million new jobs by the year 2025. But artificial intelligence will also augment and displace others. These jobs, a lot of these jobs will be augmented and they will be displaced. We will see the automation of repetitive tasks. Hopefully, this will give us a human touch where creativity, imagination, strategic thinking, and emotional intelligence will become even more important. What we are seeing in retail is that a lot of our tasks have now got automated. So what we need to do is break down our entire jobs and understand what are the things that AI will be able to do in the future, and what are the things that AI cannot do, and then focus on those jobs or those particular tasks that AI won't be able to do very soon. The third trend which I observed is staffing for resilience. In the pre-pandemic, the priority was always to hire staff that would create efficient organizations. During mid and post-pandemic, the emphasis has now shifted to the creation of resilience, wherein you build in some redundancy and overlap in skills. The other thing that we are seeing is that there is a stronger focus on employee healthcare and well-being, including mental health, that will create more resilient organizations in the future. The fourth trend is less focus on roles and more focus on skills. Gartner said that to build the workforces that you will need in the post-pandemic, you will need to focus less on roles, which actually group unrelated skills, and focus more on skills and competencies that we will need for the future. That would really fuel your competitive advantage. So skills are critical because they address the core business challenges and with the competencies needed in the workflow to overcome those challenges. So here we are today, where we are all aware that the impact of the above mentioned changes have impacted every sector of our economy and every aspect of our life, affecting every single occupation and lifestyle. Today, along with my co-panelists, we will try to understand these following points. As the curriculum in the B schools, in the design schools, in the learning and the skills academies evolve to match up the changes in the outside world, does our education or vocational training reflect what is experienced in the outside world, or is it in a silo that has no connection whatsoever with the skill requirements of a real world job? Retail as an industry is deeply rooted in reality and changes with it. The customer has changed, as have the roles in the stores, which have resulted in a whole new set of requirements from a retail professional, not only in a store, but in every function. Are today's academic institutions equipped to produce a talent pipeline that can fulfill the demands of a renewed retail businesses? What are the roles they are playing in ensuring that the industry has future-ready workforce, especially amid a time of uncertainty? Is there a gap that needs to be filled? Yes, these are the questions we would like to answer our panelists. So I would like to first go to Dr. Gagan. Dr. Gagan, you may briefly tell us about BIMTech, what are the courses they are offering? And also the question that I would like to raise is that how does academia ensure that the curriculum matches the requirements of the industry? Over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Lawrence. Nice points you have raised. Birla Institute of Management Technology is a 34 years old institution running 4 programs. One of it is program in retail management. We started this program in the year 2003, and we have completed 18 years in this particular space. In fact, we were the pioneers to start this program, a formal program. In 2006, we started with a 2-year full-time program approved from EICT. And that's how we launched this program in 2003, and we are continuing this till date. Very relevant thing you have spoken about, what do we do? In fact, what is our role in shaping a future-ready workforce for the retail sector? And I've listed a couple of things, in fact, that we have been doing for the last 18 years. We have tried to catch up pace with the changing needs of retail segment. One important thing that I wanted to highlight today is when I speak to the common man or the audience, who would like to be skilled in this sector, the first and the foremost thing that people think about retail is a brick and mortar store. And we thought this is something which has to be changed because retail itself has changed a lot and is changing throughout. And with that perspective, last year we identified 6 different sub-segments in which we wanted to skill our students, and make them ready for the industry. These 6 sub-segments that we brought in was e-commerce and t-commerce, visual merchandising, store operations, logistics and supply chain, fashion and lifestyle, and retail analytics. And we wanted to give a new flavor to the audience in general, that retail is not only brick and mortar. Today it has changed drastically, and we want to make you future ready, so that you can be absorbed in the retail segment with the changing nature of this sector. So with this objective, we threw light on these 6 sub-segments, identified them, and we are working towards improving our curriculum and providing inputs in these areas. Apart from this, let me list out a few of the initiatives that we have been doing for skilling our students who are coming to get education in this space. The first and the very important aspect is the OJT, on-job training. We have made it compulsorily 3 weeks training that our students would have to undergo in a store in a real-time basis. And this is a continuously stretched 21-day compulsory training in which we have imparted 3 credits to be evaluated at the end of this training. Now, the objective was, why not these people should have a hands-on experience on inventory management, visual merchandising, store operations, sales, billing, cash management, POS systems that are available and applicable, at the store level. And so with this intention, we ask our students to do this 3 credit course, which is a 21-day stretched OJT in a store, physical store. The second aspect is the short-term project. That is again 1 credit, which is what we have made it mandatory for students to undergo in a store. And again, they can choose any of those 6 sub-segments to undergo their short-term projects in those areas, and in which we then invite industry practitioners to come and evaluate what all they have learned in their short-term projects, which is again made compulsory. We also have compulsorily industrial visits, which is again an integral part of our curriculum. And if I cite even the last year or the current year, where in fact we were constrained to make our students go out in the area of COVID, still we did it. And we have made it compulsory for them to see a wholesale market, a large discount store, a logistics and supply chain industry, a warehousing facility, a luxury retail manufacturing facility, which is compulsory for them to observe and learn how it is mobilized and how things are practiced in this space. Apart from this, one important aspect that we have inbuilt into the curriculum is inviting industry practitioners, to take up at least 50% of the curriculum, which they would actually work on with the students hands-on. So that apart from the theoretical knowledge which we impart, our faculty imparts, they must also have an objective to learn from industry. And so 50% curriculum has been made mandatory from our side to be taken up by industry experts. We have developed, and that's again unique program that we have developed, which is a mentorship program, which has a duration of 1 year. And we have inbuilt 4 quarterly interactions in a year, where the mentors and the mentees will be interacting with the faculty of Center for Retail. And at the same time, there will be another interaction where the faculty of Center for Retail would interact only with mentors to find out what exactly have they imparted and what is the learning pace of students, in the 1 year time period. And we have made it mandatory, to market and hold meetings every quarter with mentors and with mentors and mentees. That is another initiative that we have taken so that our students get ready workforce for the retail industry. We have been also, not only the students, but we have been focusing on our alumnus. And to our alumni, we have been developing reskilling and upskilling courses, short-term programs, which we offer to our alumnus in general. Needless to say, we have more than 7,500 alumni across the world. And we have an interactive platform, online platform, apart from the app that we have, and we interact with them on a regular basis. Apart from this, we organize a flagship event, which is the annual Retail Summit every year. And I think Rai has been assisting us over the years in organizing this annual Retail Summit, in which we invite speakers from different segments of retail who deliberate and discuss on various issues. One wonderful thing that we started for students learning entrepreneurship is the Frush venture. And this is a venture which is run and auctioned by students to the juniors. So there's an auctioning system. The second year students would auction this to the juniors, and they would imbibe entrepreneurship practices and do all things, which is required under the banner of Frush. As far as the curriculum is concerned, which is again one of the important aspects of the retail curriculum, we organize two course revision meetings. One is at Mumbai and the second one is in Delhi. And it is compulsorily organized by us to track the progress of our courses, to find out which are the redundant programs that we have or the curriculum, and then to infuse new learning opportunities for students, in our entire 2-year structure that we have in the retail management program. Dr. Lawrence, I would like to share one very important aspect with you and with the gentry in general. This year, we took a step that we will identify all those important cities in the country, where we have the concentration of retail. And what we'll do is, we will send our students to those particular locations. And we will bear the cost of their boarding and lodging. And we will fix up their interactions and their assignments with the local retailers, in those specific locations. So this is something which we are trying to build a new. Unfortunately, because of COVID, we could not do it this year. But of course, next year it is in pipeline, and we will be bearing the entire cost and the logistics, for our students who will stay in those cities and interact with the retail brands. We have introduced a retail specific simulation, which is termed as SESIM. SESIM is a retail simulation which we have introduced in addition to MarkStat, that is a marketing simulation, which is compulsorily provided to all our retail students, so that they also have hands-on experience in a simulated environment. Last year, we also invited some foreign faculty so that our students could be given a cross-cultural perspective about retail. And we invited the editor-in-chief of Journal of Retailing, which is one of the best journal of the world, Dr. Raj Sethuraman, to discuss some of the important aspects that is happening in the West and what is happening in India, and then provide students the overview about what exactly is a trend in US and what is the trend in India, and how do you compare that, and how do you take up those special areas in the area of retail. So we'll be going ahead with some sessions with the foreign faculties and foreign experts as well. Lastly, I would actually focus on the technology aspect, which has become need of the hour today. And when we say that we are developing a future-ready workforce, it cannot happen without the hand-holding support from the industry practitioners. We are in talks with a few organizations, including Infosys, which want to create e-lab at our institution. And we have identified Industry 4.0 as one of the important areas in technology. And we have created an e-lab within the institution where we want to provide inputs on things like cybersecurity, augmented reality, virtual reality, IoT, big data, blockchain, AI, neurotechnology, robotics, automation, which is all getting very, very important in today's time. Right. Apart from this, we want our students to leverage AI, but with human touch, because AI has to be used very carefully with balancing human touch. We want to help students to create communities, leverage AR, learn POS systems that are in operation, in-store navigation systems, inventory management powered by AI, maybe voice commerce, which is all very, very important and integral aspects of the retail industry today, which is changing in the changing landscape. And that's the reason why we have adopted all such techniques, including technology, along with the curriculum, and providing our students inputs in these areas. Of course, I will reiterate that this is not possible unless Mr. Gopakumar or Mr. Anirudh Mahajan would handhold our students, and provide us right insights, and opportunity for students, to have pace with them. So thank you very much, and this is what we do at BIMTech.
Thank you, Dr. Gagan. Yes, I know you have been associated with BIMTech, and RAI also has been associated with BIMTech ever since it starts. And we acknowledge the fact that you have actually provided us good workforce. Your alumni has been very strongly part of our entire retail function in various organizations at various positions. And please continue doing the good work. Like I initially and every time I visit your campus or come and meet you guys, I tell you, yes, the industry is there for you. You have to work closely with us, and we will continue to support you in all your initiatives. And we appreciate the work that you have planned to work in various regions. Yes, retail is now booming in small towns. I have visited retail organizations in small towns, or they are mushroomed out of small towns who are having 50 and 60 and 100 and 200 stores now, even in the east or maybe down south. So yes, retail is booming, and we need to go out there. And you have a good partner, that is REI. Please do continue to work with us. And
thank you so much for your kind words, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for your kind words, sir.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I would now like to go on to Mr. Abhishek. Mr. Abhishek, I also, yeah, we have been working closely with Pearl Academy, and I can understand that Pearl Academy is in various, functions. Let us say you are preparing for us designs, students or candidates or workforce. You are providing fashion, and I would like you to tell us, is that what are the programs you are into, and how do you address this particular question that you have ensured that curriculum matches the requirements of the industry.
Absolutely.
Over to you, Abhishek.
Thank you, Dr. Lawrence. And thank you, Dr. Gagan. It was such a delight hearing and listening to you, because many of the things that you mentioned, yes, I'll quickly summarize what we are doing at Pearl Academy and how we are preparing our students for meeting the demands of the industry of the future. So Pearl Academy started 29 years ago. We started 29 years ago. Right now, we have more than 15,000 students, alumni all across the globe. More than 500 recruiters visit us every year. And what I want to talk about is that 29 years ago, when Pearl started, it was set up by the industry to meet the requirements of the industry of a creative workforce. That is what the requirement was. And since then, we have had very strong industry linkages. We have exclusive partnerships with many industry bodies. And some of them, apart, of course, we talk about Retailers Association of India. We are partnered with Association of Designers of India, ADI, the Fashion Design Council of India, FICCI, CII, the Institute of Indian Interior Designers, then EMA, which is Entertainment, Event and Entertainment Management Association. Apart from these, we also partner with Adobe, Coursera, Business of Fashion, edX. So what are we doing to equip our students with the skills that they require for the future? 2 years ago, we have introduced artificial intelligence and design thinking courses for all students across Pearl Academy. We offer more than 40 courses across fashion, design, business, and media. And I'll take you through some of the interesting courses that we are offering. But across all these courses, artificial intelligence and design thinking, these are embedded into the course curriculum for all the students. We have partnered with Coursera, and we are offering more than 3,800 courses from top universities across the world embedded into the curriculum. So it's not that we just give a license. We have given the licenses to the students. We have identified which are the courses for the future to prepare them for the future and have also mapped it into the curriculum that we are teaching to the students. Similarly, we have partnered with Business of Fashion. It's the only education institution in India that has partnered with BOF. And right now we are offering more than 3,500. Sorry, for BOF, we have more than 2,800 courses, again mapped. Design thinking courses are provided in partnership with IBM. We offer Adobe Creative Suite to all students. When they join Pearl Academy, they get full access to Adobe Creative Suite. We have international collaboration projects, internships in the industry. And as Dr. Gagan was mentioning, we send our students twice every year to the industry for internships. Many of the projects are decided in collaboration with the industry. So a part of the curriculum is such that students have to work on real life projects, which are in consultation with the industry. Again, we have international collaboration projects. So the industry requirements, they come not only from the industry in India, but they come from the global industry. Because after graduating from Pearl Academy, my students look for global opportunities. They work across the world. So these 15,000 alumni are right now working all across the world. And many of them also come back to us. They come back to Pearl Academy to share the industry requirements, that right now, this is the industry requirement. In future, 5 years from now, this would be the trend. This would be the requirement, and they share with the existing students. Talking about the digital and the tech part, we understood that future is digital. We understand that future will require people with the right emotional quotient, with the right empathy, but also having a mastery of the digital technologies and who know how to effectively leverage them. So this year, in fact, I would say about 1 month ago, we have launched the School of Business, which is disruptive, digital and design-centric business school. Now, what is unique about it? We have launched it in partnership with London School of Business and Finance. And the main objective of this school is to provide courses, business courses, which will create students to, I would say, grow and achieve more in a digital world with a digital first mindset to actually harness the technological advancements that are happening right now. So Dr. Lawrence, you also asked about some of the courses that we are offering right now. So every year the courses get revised, not only for the present requirements, but also keeping the future requirements in mind. Yep. That what kind of skills would be in demand 5 years from now, 10 years from now. So keeping these requirements in mind, the skill sets continuously get revised, and accordingly, the courses, we keep on optimizing them. So we offer courses in communication design, interaction design, interior design and technology, product design and technology. We also have media related courses, digital filmmaking, fashion communication, UG and PG in media. Some of the new courses that the D School of Business is offering. So it's like the digital business and e-commerce, digital marketing, international business, business communication. And many of the students are actually working in the retail industry. And what happens is, many of the recruiters that we have almost 500 recruiters visiting our campuses every year. Sometimes students join one industry and after a few years, they change their industry. Because as you mentioned, Dr. Lawrence, in the beginning, that now the skill sets are becoming more important. So when they acquire the right skill sets, it's very easy for them to switch between industries. So these are some of the initiatives that we have taken recently. And I really look forward to working very closely with the Retailers Association of India and this entire industry, because many of our students are being prepared for this industry. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And I would again come back to you and say that, yes, we are very much thankful to Pearl Academy. Yes, your alumni is across not only the world, but very strong in India also. And we have seen a lot of our category heads, and even now a few of the CEOs are actually all past alumni of Pearl Academy. And I also understand how robust you are when it comes to content review. You have the annual meetings. I have attended some of those. I'd like to go to
Hello, Bhumika.
My friend Mr. Dr. Karthik Dave. I call him my friend because I think we have been associated now for maybe more than 1.5 decades. And Karthik ji, my question to you is going to be very different. I know you have worked across the board, and you have been part of BIMTech also in the earlier part of your life. My question is that since you already work with the Delhi government and definitely Delhi University also, and you have created your own papers, etc. So what skills or knowledge will be required in the coming years in retail? I would like you to, kind of give us a brief understanding because of the work you have done. You can also introduce the work yourself, and your organization, please.
Sure. Good evening, everyone. I am Karthik Dave. I am Dean, School of Business, Public Policy and Social Entrepreneurship at Dr. B.R. Ambedkar University, that is Delhi Government of NCT University. And there are just like other state universities like IP and DTU and all. As far as my area is concerned, of course, yes, I have been associated with marketing and retail for long. I am associated with the retail industry. I have been working in the field of retail in terms of as a faculty and as a researcher for last 15-16 years, I would say. As far as the industry is concerned, like how the industry has taken its shape in last 2 decades, I've been continuously observing. And what I found that what we used to discuss in early 2000, I'm talking 2005, 6, and what we are observing now, I think there is a sea change in the entire retail landscape. And that has happened because of various reasons. That has happened because of the technological changes. That has happened because of the overall sociological changes, which we all are aware of. And if we look at, I recall, I have been attending RAI conferences for long, and I remember not professor, I would say, Mr. Bhatt from Tata Sons. He used to discuss about what brands need to do when neither you are safe nor your possessions are safe. So we are, I remember those days when we used to discuss 2008 crisis. And that time, the Mumbai terror attack was also happened in 2008. So he used to talk that what brands need to do now, that whether they should take care of their people or they should take care of their positions. Neither the positions are safe nor the people are safe across. And I think we are again in the same phase of economy and society, where we are really facing problems that whether we should take care of people or whether we should take care of business. So I think the skill set which will require now, I'm talking about 5 years down the line, 10 years down the line. I think again, apart from all the technological aspects which are already covered by Dr. Gagan and Dr. Abhishek also, but apart from technology, what will be needed in next 5 to 10 years? I'm more worried about that empathy, that emotional intelligence, and then compassion. We talk about the social skills, because we should not look at a customer as just for an encounter which will happen face to face. We all are aware that now retail is omni-channel, and you have to be in touch with your customer round the clock. So in that context, what are the skills which will be required? If you are not empathizing the situation, if you don't know where the customer is, how the customer is. So understanding customer from customer's point of view, that kind of skill will be more important in coming times. And right now we are working online. We hope that this hybrid mode will continue. And there are certain trends which are going to stay forever, what we have learned. But maybe after a year or 2 years, definitely we'll get back to the normal. I don't know what normal is now. But we'll hope that we'll have face-to-face also and online also, as far as the customer interaction is concerned. So that time we will need people, those who understand customer to the core. They understand the customer's journey, their experience. So when they will understand and they will look at from customers' point of view, then only they will be able to flourish in their respective organization. So what I will see in future, what I can see right now, that people would be more compatible when they will understand cognitive skills, technological skills, and social skills simultaneously. And social skills, we talk about communication, we talk about empathy, we talk about gratitude, we talk about customer experience, we talk about so many other skill sets which we will require. And we cannot replace it by saying that, okay, artificial intelligence or IoT or Industry 4.0 will replace the human. It can never happen, and it will never happen, because it's human who has developed the technology. It's not the other way around. So we cannot remove the human from the central focus. So if we will remove the human, then definitely there are so many retail services, retail experiences will be changed completely. So I think we need to focus all these three skill sets simultaneously, that we have to improve the cognitive skills, because you are in touch with customer around the year. So your written skills, your how you are emailing, how you are communicating, how you are interacting with customers over social media, everything need to be taught and skilled with the future employees. Apart from that, the technological skills, I will not debate on that, because that is inevitable. We have to learn all digital, physical skills. And apart from that, how we can make them real, you can say, person who understands the other part of the business, means be customer, stakeholder. Apart from that, how he or she works in a team, that is also important, because they are also their internal customer. So both external and internal customer, how you manage yourself. Self-control is important, reflection is important, and assertion is important, and empathy is important. I think when all these things will be together, probably we'll have a future-ready workforce who can deal with the customer round the clock, and they will not be exhausted. They will not face the issues of burnout, and they will be enthusiastically, with their emotional balance, with their good mental health, will be able to serve their customer, and then probably retail will enjoy the benefits of such interesting customer and service providers relationship. That is what I could see.
Thank you, Dr. Dave. Very, very insightful points. I hope the institutions who are working with REI or who are on these summit make a note of all these points. Thank you for your insights, Dr. Dave. And I now move to Gopal Kumar. Gopal Kumar has been with the retail industry, I think retail and the FMCG industry for more than 25 years. I have just two specific questions, since we just want your inputs on how we could carve out a perfect curriculum. What are the skills or the knowledge that will be required in the coming years, and what, according to you, does the industry expect from the academia? Just 2 points, be brief. Yes, thank you.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Lawrence, and fantastic insights there from the work that is happening at BIMTech and Dr. Karthik, and also it was good to hear Mr. Abhishek out. I think already, the academia is really future ready in that sense, is what I could gather from this, from the pointers that came out. Before I kind of get into the question that you've asked, Dr. Lawrence, just set the context to it. I know there is a brief time left, and I'll be quick about it. I think it's about, entire consumer journey, the way it's changed, right? The consumer journey has not only changed in the way it is happening in the offline stores, or the online space, or a blended space. It's really now the moment of OMO, which is offline and online merging together. That's where we are today. The store of the roles, the role of the stores also have changed, right? With a lot of focus on safety and security, implementing new store designs, layouts, which can kind of accommodate the kind of consumers who are shopping at our stores. Also, contactless processes, implementation of AI, virtual reality, endless aisle, all the buzzwords that you hear about is a reality now. This used to be on the tables of CIOs and CTOs a few years back, pre-pandemic. Today, they are definitely on the table of managing directors and CEOs, and they are investing in these spaces, and their reality, which is being kind of focused on in terms of implementation. Also, business continuity plans. This is something which leaders really have to focus on. They got to be agile. They got to be transformative in the way they're looking at plans and not be rigid about an annual business plan, which used to be already there. Today, planning is, if not a monthly activity, a weekly activity, and a daily activity, and number crunching and, category and supply chain disruptions, which is all around us. This is what really is the industry is going through. And, in a sense, we got to be really alert in the way we are kind of executing. Coming back to some of the points, I think, we definitely expect there is a depth of talent. Talent is required. Talent which can be clued on to the changing retail ecosystem and what is happening out there in the real marketplace is, really the need of the hour. And we can't just have enough of talent today. And if the fresh talent which is coming into our stores or to our, HO functions really understands the concepts very well, and not only the conceptual understanding, but also the practical, challenges in, implementing it and bringing it up to speed. And that's really required. So I think one word I have is, collaborate more. Right, with technology that we have now at our disposal, and technology was not, Zoom and Teams and all of this that we're using right now, can really be used very effectively. And we could have more people from across the geography and internationally to kind of give those insights to students who would be enriched by those interactions. Also collaborate in terms of, I think Dr. Gagan mentioned about a lot of learning labs. That's fantastic. That is one of the points that I want to really focus on, learning labs, and really not just in terms of the layer technology that we have, plugins to the core technology, which is the merchandising management system, the supply chain system, the POS, the CRM, all of this. You could really tie up with some of these service providers in the e-commerce space. There are good engines out there. And there are, engines which drive merchandising management, and have this labs with, big operators like SAP, JDA, or Microsoft Dynamics, and all of these. This will really help get hands-on. And also for the academia to really succeed in imparting that education, I think retailers and operators like us should be able to share data, some kind of live data. I know there are challenges with that sometimes, but really share data, how data is moving, how data lakes are created, how segmentation is done, how effectively a program is run, be it a loyalty program or understanding consumer purchase basket, how new categories are emerging. All these are opportunities which are there. So again, collaborate for data, collaborate for technology. And finally, I think it's all about being as close to the the whole concept of IRL, that is in real life, right? Bringing it close to in real life and what is happening out there in the marketplace, understanding the consumer journey, understanding technology deployment, and all of these are really important in my view. So I think a long way to go. I think it's already on the right track, Dr. Lawrence, and these are some of my inputs on the same. You're on mute, Dr. Lawrence.
Thank you, Gopal. Very insightful views. Definitely, yes, we have all been starting making note of your inputs. I now go on to Anirudh. Yes, Anirudh is representing Shoppers. We are all aware that Shoppers has been an institution itself, and I feel so proud to say that yes, I have been part of Shoppers Stop in some way or the other, and I've seen the people that they have churned out. They themselves have their own alumni. So I now invite Anirudh to maybe again emphasize what other skills, knowledge that will be required in the future years, and what are the industry expectations from academia. Over to you, Anirudh.
Thank you, Dr. Lawrence. I think initially when you started, you used the term service office. And service office is typically used by Shoppers Stop, considering that the headquarters is the service provider to all the stores. And that is and you are also been very close to Shoppers Stop. And we have got many alumni, like you said rightly. Shoppers Stop itself has been a school of training because of its tenure, or it's been the pioneer in the industry, and lot of senior leaders have emerged from Chopper Stop, and being at Chopper Stop is really a big learning ground. That being said, I think all the points made by veterans here in the academia as well as in the industry, Abhishek, Dr. Dave, Dr. Gagan, Mr. Gopakumar from the industry, there is not much that I can add because most of the points have been covered. But I would bring focus only to a few things, or highlight a few things again, which you have made kind of summarize it. I think customer is more aware, and we all agree to that. And the customer wants organizations to be present where he or she is. So omni-channel is the need of the day. The customer journeys have changed. Like Mr. Gopakumar said, you can search online, you can buy offline, and are our employees ready for it? Currently, I wouldn't say that we are there yet. It's a long way to go, and certainly academia has been preparing from it, and the kind of preparation that they have shared, I'm really impressed, and we are confident that we would get good students in the future. Sorry for this thing. I think the challenges there for employees going ahead, or academia, or freshers who are joining the organizations are, we like to see how we can look at speed of contribution by employees and how soon they can join us. Currently, the talent for war has become global, and a student can be hired by Costco or by Nordstrom, Macy's across the globe from Pearl Academy, BIMTech, or Dr. Ambedkar, and we would also be vying for the same talent. So for industry to step up and make sure that we are able to attract the right kind of talent, that much more effort has to be put in. What industry would like is curiosity, and how can we build that curiosity among students? Because today we are facing an omni-channel world. Tomorrow it could be something else. If curiosity is there, speed to learn is there, and these competencies are there, I'm sure the transition would be much faster. In the present scenario, if you're able to shorten our induction programs, and with contribution from academia in terms of providing internships which are in the organizations at least for 6 months, that actually increases it. I'm sure most of you are doing it, but that has been most helpful. I think course creation is one of the initiatives that academia has taken, and that has been also very, very helpful. And that kinds of brings up to speed the students, and they learn faster. Something about how we train and develop our people. We generally, most organizations follow the 70-20-10 models. 70 would be experiential learning, 10 would be exposure, and 20 would be exposure, and 10 would be classroom based. If you are able to give that kind of environment and interaction of the students with organizations, I think the learning journeys would be much faster. Competencies which are currently in demand, and we focus on how are the employees more agile, are they more digital savvy, and can these competencies be imparted to students also. Specifically at Chopper Stop, we'd like to see how people are fashion conscious. Do we have a way to measure fashion quotient? So we have emotional quotient, we have intelligence quotient, but I think we are still struggling to find out fashion quotient. And if we know that certain students have got high fashion quotient, I would be very happy to employ them quickly at Chopper Stop. So having said that, there is some distance to go, but I'm very pleased with the progress that the academia has made. And if we partner in the same manner going ahead, this collaboration will help students, it will help the industry, and it will help the academia to flourish. So thank you. I think we don't have much time, but that's all from my side. Thanks.
Thank you, Anirudh. Very valuable insights. And what I can do is, we are coming to, we have nearly touched the time that was allocated to us, but I can have a 30-second to both BIMTech and Pearl Academy. My question is that, what is your expectation from the industry? Just 30 seconds. Gaganji, you can answer that.
Dr. Lawrence, as I had earlier also said, that we have been doing a lot of work in this space. The only thing is that we need a deeper engagement, involvement of the industry with our students and with the institution, so that we can foster long-term relationships. And that deeper association has to come from within, right? So my only take is that the industry should from within come up and handhold our students, and help us to grow. That's my
thank you. Thank you,
Lawrence. I'll just take 10 seconds. I'll just take 10 seconds. So this is my invitation to all the industry participants here. We really look forward to your participation into our classes. We have a forum called Master Classes. If you have an area of expertise where you can throw light on the emerging trends, on what the future requirements would be, we would love to hear from you. Feel free to reach out through Dr. Lawrence, or you can reach out to me directly, Abhishek Sharma at Pearl Academy. And we would love to hear your inputs. We would love to further strengthen this program.
Thank you, Gaganji, Dr. Gagan and Abhishek. I think we are already working closely with the industry, but what you say is that we need to be more collaborative, right? And I thank all the panelists also. Your insights have added value to the session. I think the objective of conducting this session has been achieved, and I look forward to having the industry academia collaboration in our future retail summits. Thank you so much, and over to Hugo. Thank you for joining, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Dr.
much.
Lawrence Fernandez. Thank you very much. Dr. Karthik Dave. Thank you, Dr. Gagan Katiyar. Thank you, Mr. Abhishek Sharma. Thank you, Mr. Anirudh Mahajan. And thank you, Mr. Gopa Kumar. Thank you, Dr. Lawrence Fernandez once again. And more power to the academia retail partnership. I think that's really what we need. Before we introduce our next panel, I'd just like to inform you that after the next panel, we will give you answers to the quiz questions we've already asked. We'll name the winners who have been the first to send in their correct answers. We will give you more questions, the answers to which we will give you tomorrow, and of course announce the winners tomorrow. And yes, just a reminder that the Retail L&D Awards will be happening at from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. tomorrow, where the 9 finalists will be making their final presentation before the grand jury. So you're all invited to join in on the same link, 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. for the Retail L&D Awards. And yes, at the end of the day, we will be sending all participants on their email ID the litmus feedback link. So please give us your feedback about the content and the conduct of today's program. Coming up right now, we've got our next panel. It's employee well-being and the hybrid work environment, where the spotlight will be focused on. And it's I'd like to welcome our panelists. He is head of HR, Max and Easybuy. A warm welcome to Alex Matthew. He is head of Talent and she's head of Talent and Learning, Trent Limited, Tata Retail. Please welcome back Manvi Pathak. She is Talent and Communications head at Marks and Spencer, Reliance India Private Limited. A warm welcome to Smita Narayan. Smita Satyanarayan, I'm sorry. Sorry for shortening your name. Smita Satyanarayan. He is head of human resources at Licious. A warm welcome, Naveen Kumar Nirlaje. And she is L&D head at Thalapakatti Hotels Private Limited. A warm welcome to Perline Pinto. And our most erudite moderator is none other than former Group President, HR, Landmark Group, India. Please welcome Mr. B. Venkatramanna. Mr. Venkatramanna, over to you and the panel. Mr. Venkatramanna, you're on mute. Could you kindly yeah, that's right.
Thank you, Hugo, and thank you, Dr. Lawrence, for this opportunity. I'm sure I have to congratulate Rai for a topic like this in the L&D Summit, a very, very relevant and important topic. The topic on employee well-being in a hybrid work environment, I think is very relevant, and people must be wondering, how is it that L&D is going to support this? And that is what my esteemed panelists are going to do. The panelists also has a variety. They come from the brick and mortar, from e-commerce, from hospitality. You have L&D as well as HR professionals who actually handle this. So if you look at what it is, I mean, today, there is the lines between, home and the workplace is very blurred. I think it's also impacting the overall well-being. I think people are getting stressful because of this, which I'm sure all of us will agree. And it's important how we actually take care of that as an organization. And organizations are also looking at a holistic, approach towards well-being. Well-being covering physical, mental, financial, social wellness. I think all these are getting to become, difficult during these times. I think people can call it new normal or whatever. But then that is what I think is reality. And how is it that organizations are going to look at this, holistically and take care of their employees? Organizations also need to be intentional about reducing burnout. Actually, Dr. Karthik Dave in the previous session was talking about employee burnout, about empathy. I think today that's the buzzword around, because the people are kind of worried in terms of what the burnout employees are going through, and I mean, what can actually happen from work from home is what is something that I'm sure this panel is going to discuss about. And if you look at the work from home scenario, employees are losing touch with their colleagues, and that is also not very good. At the end of the day, how does team camaraderie happen? How does collaboration happen? How does things work? I mean, once I don't know when the new normal becomes normal. I know how things would be, but definitely that's going to really impact the employees, and how L&D is going to support in this is something we need to talk about. And also L&D should be looking at fostering a learning environment with a remote or hybrid employee. I think that is also very crucial. So these are some of the thoughts I thought I had, and I'm sure the panelists have the knowledge from their organizations, and they would share with us. And it's going to be a very, very interesting session, because like we see, the session should have ended by 6:30 today, will get ended at 7. That's the new normal. So it's not like, conferences usually end at 5 p.m. and today we are sitting at 7 o'clock wanting to listen to a panel. So that is what is the difference. And that is what I think we will address today. So maybe to go around, let me kind of, just quickly in a minute or two, if each of the panelists can come and let us know what is their organization doing as far as, the well-being of the employees in this hybrid work environment. What are the initiatives and what are the practices that they are, following for us? I'm sure that would be interesting. Maybe we'll start with Alex. Alex, Alex, I know him for a long time. I've seen him as a L&D, manager, grow to become now, a HR leader of a large organization. And I'm sure, Alex, maybe you can add some value as to what Landmark Group is doing in this problem that we have.
Thank you, Venkat. A very good evening to you, the panelists, and all the participants. I would share more from what we have done in the past and some things which are work in progress. Not necessarily only from a hybrid work, because in retail, I think less than 10% of the people will have the privilege to actually have hybrid. Rest of the people are working from the frontline stores. So we realized that at the height of the pandemic, when the stores were closed, people who were a high touch, kind of frontline employees, they had nobody to speak to, right? Every day they would come to the store and they would work. They had colleagues, they had friends at the store, they had managers, they had customers to interact with. But when the stores were closed, there's nobody there. And they're actually going through a lot in terms of not only their physical well-being, but also in terms of their mental engagement and mental well-being. So we launched a program called Landmark Suraksha, which was a program which catered to not only their physical needs. For example, if somebody in the family is going through a tough time with COVID or something, providing them the necessary resources, but also in terms of their mental well-being. So we had an emotional helpline, which was a toll-free number which they could call to tell them what is happening, what they are going through, and get all their queries addressed. Apart from that, what we did was that we trained close to around 1,500 people, and this is something that was led by the L&D team. 1,500 people trained to ensure that they call the 20,000 employees in the group at least once every week, to just check how are you doing, right? And what are you going through? What are the situation back at home, to just to express solidarity that we are with you. Don't worry, we are all in this together. And I think this was a program which we did at the height of the pandemic. Learning from that, of course, that has not tapered off, but we would want to continue the emotional helpline because I think there are many things that has changed, which I think we will speak about, as we go forward. But as you rightly said, the new normal is that people don't have the kind of comfort of speaking to people in the past, especially people who are in the back end offices, the corporate region. They are don't have colleagues to speak to. Relationships have become very transactional. You don't schedule a meeting unless there is a agenda to be accomplished. So it has become very transactional. So in that context, how do you actually ensure that people feel emotionally attached, the people happiness is adhered to? Those are something that we are contemplating, and the emotional helpline is something that really is something that we want to continue forward.
Thanks, Alex. I think Landmark Suraksha would be a program I think you should circulate amongst all of us, and we should kind of see what we can take away from that. And the connect is very, very critical and important. I think that's something which is what I think we all need to do with our employees. And let me next go to Smita. Smita from Marks and Spencer's. So Smita, can you kind of, because today also the L&D function alone can't do everything. It needs to be actually the line managers who need to, facilitate it, or, enable, the employees in terms of, making sure the well-being happens. So how does it in your organization that, okay, sorry, before I get to, this I would come back to later, Smita, but now before that, you can tell me what your organization actually kind of has been doing on the well-being front. And this question I had for you, I'll ask you next after. Yeah, over to you, Smita, to tell us about what you do.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you, Venkat. And I think I will take off from what Alex also very rightly said. I think retail as an industry did not really have, doesn't have that much of a privilege of hybrid working. But I think our store colleagues, I think that was doing the rounds of saying not only, not all heroes wear capes. So I think for us also, from a retail standpoint, as an organization, like you rightly said, well-being is in various forms of physical, mental, financial, and psychological well-being. So yes, during the peak of the pandemic, we did a lot of engagement, etc. But now with the new norm of stores coming in and people working, we continue to give enhanced benefits that we started during that time, and those continue to remain. So when we look at well-being, I think if I have to go back to even Maslow's to say, okay, safety, security, and well-being of my families is the most important thing for me as an individual before I come to work. So we made sure that our benefits are extended to not just our employees, but even to their extended families. So then we know that once they are safe, then I'm there at work. So safety within the workplace in terms of what kind of norms we have, etc. Additionally, some of the other things that we also did was the whole aspect around social connect and mental health, and the fact that that awareness and the safety around which that people were free to talk about it. And it was not only done through workshops or employee assistance programs, but it was also done through very regular connects with our leadership teams, interactions that were more frequent. And I think the whole mental aspect of how frequently can we as an organization keep communication open with our frontliners? What is happening in the business? How are we recognizing our people? So people were very connected to what was happening in the larger side of the business side, which gave them the confidence and the trust to say, okay, we are in good hands, and therefore we are able to kind of contribute and engage with our people. So I think that was one side. Another very big trend that we saw the pandemic have was around women, and how, because of the household needs, that we started to see a lot more attrition. So we were able to extend certain benefits, especially for only expectant and new mothers, where we said that, you all can have an extended career leave for them, for example, to make sure that you are able to take care. We don't want you to leave. We understand the health requirements, etc. So that was another benefit that we were able to give to people with comorbidities, and especially women in the well-being space. And I think the freedom in terms of how we can continuously and openly speak about empathy, emotional intelligence, the fact that you need to be there for your people and it's okay for someone to feel not okay. I think we made conversations around these the norm by just everybody talking about it. So that was just an idea of what we have done at Marks and Spencer.
Great. I think again, it's about connect, the communication, the leadership, speaking to them. And I think that's critical. And very interesting to note that, on inclusion about women and, expectant mothers. And, that's, I think, a very good initiative. And I'm sure they must have been very appreciative of it and a great learning. Thanks, Mehta. So can we have Pierline? Pierline comes from, the hotel industry. And many of you would have heard of, because when we are here in the south, the Talpa tea is quite famous, as the Paradise Biryani of Hyderabad. So maybe, yes, I mean, the challenges in your restaurants during this time, and what is it that you did for the employee well-being? Can you share with us, Pierline? I think you're muted, yeah.
You're on mute, yeah.
So to begin with, we have 90 restaurants across the country, with five internationally. I mean, in US, Dubai, Singapore, as well as Lanka. And we have 2,000 employees with an attrition rate of 8%, with a revenue that we generate of 400 CR annually. Considering this, to just give you a background of what we do, we are a mass dining biryani brand. So we have a workforce of different levels coming from tier 3 cities with different skill sets as well. So when the pandemic, of course, was an outburst, then we realized we need, and we, with empathy as a core value, we ensured that our CEO has an all hands meet with all the team members and all employees, and reached out to each one and emphasized on the importance of self-help and the well-being of their loved ones, and also specify and ensure practices of safety were followed while we serve, at the same time while we do our job. So being a waiter or a captain, or being the housekeeping, or being the man who does the takeaway order, where they risk their lives and come on to the front to serve all our guests. So our CEO ensured and reinstated safety. We didn't stop at that. In fact, we looked at well-being not only at the employee level, but also their loved ones. We largened the base, and we made a video message and sent across to all their loved ones, like whose son, brother, or even husbands come to work and who risk their lives. And we told them they were in their safe hands. So we ensured that we told them that we're all in it together, and our safe practices will, and our safety measures will help their loved ones be safe, and how we practice the safety and live our values through these measures. That was one thing, and we circulated those videos across everybody and to bring in the trust levels and feel that they're in the right hands. Besides that, we also started to track the positive rates because it was continuous. While we just not just did that, we tied up with hotels and hospitals where people, the employees, as well as their loved ones, could be admitted, and we took care of the entire facility till they got COVID negative. In fact, we had insurances as well, which was comprehensive of the COVID thing, and with the coverage that we extended to them. Besides, we also had loss of life in the forefront. We as a company ensured that the left one, that is the child or the wife, is offered the job. And we have we have 3 cases in Dindigul that as we speak that this happened to. So we were with the loved ones, even while we had people who died, unfortunately, out of the thing. So yeah, and as an anticipatory thing, we realized that these are people who get 10,000 salaries, and they run out of money. They have to send money at home, and the financial stress was peak. So we, as L&D as well as a team, decided to help them understand how to use their salary and where financial stress can be, reduced, and how effectively they can manage their money in crisis such as this. We didn't stop at that alone. We also had a safety net for them in terms of people who have already gotten into crisis where, I don't know what to do next. We had a board, a committee where we had like a trust where a certain amount was deposited, and people who were under crisis, we took it over and we started, helping them in dealing with the situation so that they didn't have further psychological and stressful situations in their life. So yeah, so I think in a nutshell, in this the service sector, we ensured that all our team members were with us as we speak, in the same even through this COVID phase. And we are in it together while we help them in all their crises. And yeah, that's how we did.
Yeah,
that's about it, yeah.
I think hotels and restaurants, were closed for the longest. Even retail stores opened up much earlier. And, these people were jobless, and, there could have been a lot of difficulty, financial difficulties.
Yeah, but we also, to make a mention, we also ensured that nobody loses job. I mean, we did a model where, we pay as they work and things like that. And we had certain allowances given and all taken care of despite of the magnitude. And we'd be the most affected actually, and we had people from Nepal and everywhere coming who left everything to come to work with us. So considering all of them, we did those things that.
Yeah, clearly. So next we have Naveen. Naveen has a different problem. Being with Licious, his employees need to go house to house and and deliver meat to them, fish or meat, and it's not going to be easy. The contact with people and their well-being becomes very, very critical. Naveen, can we hear you what Licious has been doing in terms of for your employees during this pandemic for their well-being?
So thank you, Venkat, for this opportunity, as well as Rai. And then thanks for beautiful context which you said in the beginning of the session. I think, as you rightly called out, I think in e-com industry, right, especially during the first 2 waves of pandemic, there is always a dilemma in your mind. You're an essential services organization. You got to be raising to your services to the consumers who need you most, right, during this time of difficulties. At the same time, you are going through challenges of making sure that your people are safe, and everyone who is out there on the front end as well as the back end in our factories and the value chain, complete value chain, go through these struggles, and they need to go back to the family at the end of the day and questioning, am I really being helpful in the family, because I don't necessarily, create a safe environment. So these are the dilemmas people, used to go through. One thing we did is, we sort of connected with each and every person. I think this pandemic has sort of tested the leadership, criteria in a big way, right? And what we thought is effective leadership in the past has got tested. I think new dimension to leadership got introduced. Empathy being the key word which we speak about more often, where leaders need to really understand the people and empathize with their problems and be available to solve them. I think the way we responded, I think key themes would be two, which would be, one would be connect and second would be care. Connect, as I mentioned, it's about knowing people, stay in touch with them more often than not, and be available for them. And I think as an organization initially, when the huge migration was happening, right, you obviously had challenges of people being available. What we did proactively at that point in time, which we thought, hindsight is a bold call, to create a safe stay environment for people. We had put almost 1,000 people on resorts and hotels, just to create a sort of bio-bubble when this word bio-bubble didn't exist, right? I think what it did is it helped us in two ways. One, obviously, all the while we've been talking about great values of the organization. I think if you had not responded appropriately at that time with some of these bold steps which you took, wouldn't have created that sense of trust, which is so important for people to bring their discretionary efforts. I think at that point in time, it was a question of life and death for people. They didn't know if they go out, they'll be able to really be, safe. And I think if you create, a trusted environment, where people feel that, okay, this organization is there for me and this manager is there for me whenever I need. We've created something called Licious Care. One motto for the team is to, just, support, irrespective of what is needed, right? So just make sure that every lesion is supported. Yeah. Whether it is hospital bed or medical support or credit line, which is required for getting the required support, oxygen cylinders, oxygen concentrators made available to the people whenever they need it, not only to them, to their families, etc. Some of these things, I think really helped people to really, one, feel that, okay, we have a safety net to back us, when we need them the most. And also many other policies, I think, got evolved over a period of time. Things like unlimited sick leave, for people to feel that, okay, if I am sick, I have enablers of this sort. If my family is sick, I have a care leave which is available for me to take care of my family. I think all these, I think these are important enablers. I think if you trust the people, none of the people who make a misuse of some of these things, I guess just that, and you got to create some of this enabler, trust the people, and they will back you, when you need them the most. So a lot more things like October. So we just planned in the month of October, planned a major wellness initiatives where we said whole organization will walk, right? So we created competitions around walkathon, and we called it as a October event, where lots of people sort of participated, just to create certain rhythm around getting focus around your physical and mental wellness. Take initiatives like Distress Fridays. You organize a lot of those experts who come and talk about, the way to deal with your stress moments and things like that. About 10% of our people, of course, had the privilege of working out of home, but I think maximum of our people were on ground. So I think the ones who were working out of home, obviously enough enablers, virtual enablers which were created to stay connected with the organization. I think major casualty of pandemic was about building that emotional connection with the organization, which is so important, especially to the ones who have joined during this period. So we obviously dealt with it in a multifold manner, in a way that people are able to, one, have a great immersion talking to the leaders more often so that they understand the organizational context, and also on an ongoing basis, managers being able to, stay in touch with their people and have regular conversation, not only about the work, but also about general, things which matter to them to, be happy about their work. So many things. I think overall, we believe this is something which taught us a lot, and hopefully some of the new capabilities we built over a period of time will help us to create a lot more happy, environment at work in a sustainable manner in the long term. Yeah.
Great, Naveen. I think the fact is building trust. That's the most important. And I think that everything circled around that, and that's once the trust is there, they would do anything for us as an organization. So also you're talking about October. Did the delicious meat get delivered by your people walking, or was it on
You
their?
never know. Yeah, you had few people walking 70,000 steps a day. We were wondering how do we get there. So with some difficulty, I
more for your corporate office.
Yeah.
Great, Naveen. Thanks. So great. So we have next Manavi. Manavi is from Tata Trent, and Tatas are known for their philanthropic way of looking after their employees. And I'm sure Tata Trent Westside would definitely kind of had something very different. Can we hear you, Manavi?
Yeah, thank you so much. And, I'm very, very glad to be here. Thank you, everyone. And, I've heard such amazing initiatives done by various organizations. And so I'd just like to add on to, a lot of it, what your organizations have done, we have also done, because well-being is not something which is new to Tata, because care, compassion is very integral to Tata value. In fact, I'd like to start off by saying that, in fact, this year's chairman's message, we, usually he sends a message every year. And one of the themes of chairman's message is health. So it's a very integral part. Last year also it was there. And so health and well-being is a very integral part of, the Tata Group. What we had done is that, well-being, as in last year, when this pandemic was last year, in fact, when the pandemic was declared as a global emergency, like most organizations, we also acted very quickly to protect our workforce from the spread of the COVID. We implemented all appropriate health, hygiene, and social distancing measures to keep people safe and well. And we started with a lot of support programs, specifically to protect the physical, mental well-being of employees. So few things that, I'd just like to touch upon is that we, regular pulse surveys were done to understand that how employees are feeling. And then we use that data later on to develop programs for wellness for the organization. Then there were additional support which included something like enhanced sick leave, which people have said, financial assistance, adjusted hours of operation, and childcare provisions. So these things, we also provided. Then we also had a tie-up with one of the employee assistance program providers, and we regularly conducted webinars, counseling services, and which we continue to do now also. And there was a lot of support and endorsement by senior leadership to reduce the stigma around seeking help through these programs. And as Pauline also mentioned, this was not only limited to the employee, but also his family, his or her family members. Then we had a medical officer who was on board to conduct regular sessions on physical health, answer questions related to COVID and post-COVID recovery. And we likewise, design various programs, not only in mental and physical health, but financial wellness and well-being also. So basically, what has happened is a pandemic-like crisis has changed the ways an employer views employee experience. And personal factors rather than external factors have taken precedence over what matters to the organization and employees. So that has become very important, and the examples that has been shared by all of you has shown the importance that the organizations have given to workplace well-being. So now I feel that workplace well-being has become very mainstream. and organizations are thinking about it. They are doing things about it, but we have to what we have to do is we have to make sure that these things are not short term. They have to become very important and become a part of the organizational life. So that is something that we are working on now. Thank you.
Very, very true, Manavi. I think it has to become part of the company's DNA now, and then it needs to become way of life. You're right. I think the plethora of activities you did, and I'm sure Tata's in their own way knows how to touch the lives of people. I think that's what Tatas are for, and I think all of them are emulating. You people started off several decades back, and I'm sure organizations are doing that now. Great, great, Manavi. So now, let me go back to Smita. I think I was asking about, the L&D function. How does it play a role in enabling, well-being from the line managers? Because today, okay, L&D alone can't do it. At the end of it, it needs to kind of percolate down. It needs to go down. How does that happen, Smita, in your organization in Marks and Spencer?
Sure. And I think I would really call out what Naveen was also saying in terms of how the manager is, the main person who's connecting with people. So how do we, and also to what Manvi is saying, how do you sustain some of these practices that probably emerged due to necessity of the pandemic, but now is becoming more and more a part of how we are looking at the fact that these are going to be, this have become the norm. How do we continue to live in a world that says that care and empathy, we spoke about it pre-pandemic, but during the pandemic, it became so important that without which you could not sustain. And now how do we really sustain it? So I think since it's become the central point of it, our people enabling our people managers therefore becomes extremely important, because the organization and the ecosystem might be giving various benefits, various infrastructure to ensure that our employees are taken care of. But it is that one person, that individual people manager, who is there for that person here and now and for the long term. So how do we make sure that we are enabling this new skill set that is emerging and becoming so much more important than just managing performance or discipline or, taking care of employees on a day-to-day basis, to say, so therefore, I think at M&S, in addition to the, competency framework or whatever you may say, we started to talk about 4 key skills of a line manager that becomes extremely important. And these 4 skills were called strengths, which is basically understanding what are the strengths that people bring to the table on my team. Then we talked about clarity. So I think in a hybrid or a virtual or in this world, clarity in terms of what is expected, what is it that I need to do, all of those things, clarity became very, very important. How am I communicating? Praise became extremely important. Are we able to catch people doing the right things? Are we giving on-time recognition of people? Are we there for our people? Are we appreciating them? And finally, care. So we kind of talked about these 4 major pillars in terms of line manager development that kind of really set the tone of how we want to enable our people. Yes, so we did enable people, our line managers, to say this is going to be the core of how you work. Workshops we did leadership interactions, we gave a lot of conversational support, we did a peer-to-peer network, like a people manager community that was created. In fact, we saw for our stores, especially during some time, we felt that, when commutes was becoming difficult, we saw store managers talking to each other without even the organization saying that, okay, there are people who live closer to your store. For some months, can we have them work in our store? So the kind of camaraderie and that cohort, I'm not sure that's a term, but that whole aspect of camaraderie amongst the people managers to say, I don't need an L&D person to come and intervene to teach me how. There is so much experience that's lying. And I think as an L&D or a talent person, that was probably one of the most gratifying things, where we talk of learning organizations, etc. So when people themselves are able to say, okay, no, we can learn from each other, and how can we pass on that with the framework that we are giving? So I think for us to enable line managers and to continuously, even our performance philosophy shifted, I think across, like Manvi said, there are lots of things that the industry took on as best practices to say continuous conversation. Arey bhai, okay, I had to talk once a year, twice a year, once a month. But if I have to talk more than that, what should I talk? How should I have all of these tougher conversations or good conversations? So our performance philosophy also was called being your best. So how do you kind of become more wholesome in terms of all of this, and how trust and relationships took over a lot of other things to enable this? And I think that journey still continues for us in terms of how we continuously enable our people managers, because I think that's where the rubber really hits the road to say, yeah, and as individuals, we also experience the organization through the line manager. So I think if we are able to manage that and they are able to become that true cultural ambassadors, I think as an organization, we would have won a large battle in terms of well-being as well. So that's what we are doing.
Great,
thank you so much.
Great, Smita. I think I think becoming part of the competency framework and getting into all these really talk in terms of how you need to percolate it down, because at the end of the day, it's just boardroom talks won't help. It needs to go down there. So that's what it becomes. Great, Smita. So let me go to Alex now. Alex, empathy, everybody's talking about it during these times. So as a leadership skill, how do you see this in the context of well-being in a hybrid work environment? Empathy.
Yeah, thanks, Venkat. I think even before the new normal, if you would have asked me, I would have said the number one leadership competency would be empathy.
Okay.
And in my first MBA class, way back in '97, my professor told me, if you can learn empathy, you don't need MBA. So that's something that was ingrained in me. And I think there is something far more important. Empathy has become far more important in the new normal, and I have 5 reasons for it. Number one, I think all of us know that at least in our recent 50-year history, there has never been a more uncertain and a more stressful situation, and everybody is going through it. Not only the team member, but the bosses are also going through this. Owners of companies are also going through this because there is so much uncertainty, and it requires empathy from all sides to understand what each other is going through. The second is that the pressures and demands at work are more than ever before, and I quote what Ruchir Sharma, who is an investor who was on NDTV recently, said that as per his research, people are putting 18% more time every day. If they were working, say, 8 hours, they are working 1.5 hour more, but productivity has actually dipped, which means, the managers think that, okay, the output is not coming, but people are actually working harder than they were in the past. So pressures and demands at work, at the same time, no proper support system because of nuclear families, people moving from their base locations. There's no support system at home to take care of, say, parents, aged parents, or children, with schools being closed. All this, is the new normal which we are going through. The third thing is people have been through a lot of health challenges. We all know someone we have lost somebody, or who we know, or we know someone who has gone through a lot of pain in the recent past. The third aspect is, as I was indicating earlier, is that meetings have become very transactional. I won't schedule a meeting unless I have an agenda. Whereas if I was working in a office, I would have to meet somebody who I would have otherwise not met in the coffee shop or in the corridor, spoken about their well-being, which is not happening. So all said and done, cribbing is something which is an important part of corporate life. There's no opportunity to crib, right, about your boss, about the situation, about what is happening. So this is a aspect of venting out. So the stress factors have actually increased, but the avenues to actually vent out stress is not there. And lastly, everything has to be planned. Nothing happens impromptu. Even if I have to speak to somebody, it has to be planned. Is he available? I can't walk into the floor and say, can I have a minute with you? So these are some things of the new normal where we are not able to see each other. We are not able to see. We talk about the importance of body language in understanding each other. We are not able to even see the person. So in this kind of a context and this productivity paradox where everybody is working harder, but the productivity doesn't seem to be coming, And there's also this article which I read on HBR, which says, which is by Joseph Graney, which says the mistrust in a virtual environment is 2.5 times more. That, you know, if, yeah, it's far more difficult to build trust through a virtual environment, and also addressing a concern takes 5 to 10 times longer. So if you couple up all these issues, there's a lot of empathy that is required, not only from the bosses towards the team member, but also from the team member to understand what the boss is going through. So I think the single largest focus should be on building empathy as a skill, not only at a leadership level, but across the organization, to understand what the person is going through, right? Are they living alone? Do they have a, you know, ecosystem which supports them? Do they prefer to work? You know, can they split their work, that early morning before my kids wake up, maybe I can complete a part of my work from 5 to 9, take a break from 9 to 12 and come back. So I think organizations have to be more flexible. I think organizations are more willing, but it's more about the leaders who have to be more willing to actually adjust to the new normal. And therefore, I think the L&D teams, if they have to focus on one aspect in the next few months, it should be about how to build empathy in the organization.
Yeah, very, very well said, Alex. Because I'm sure, I mean, you need to have empathy to understand empathy. You started off. I mean, that's critical. But then the scripting session is a good, thought process. Now, like, your skip level meetings and town halls, I think maybe we should introduce scripting sessions so people kind of all the negativity comes out, and then that trust is built, virtually. I think it's a nice thought. I think maybe on a lighter side. Great, very, very great insights, Alex. Now, can we go to Peerline? Peerline, I always wonder, I used to wonder how, people working in a hotel industry, in a restaurant, how is it possible to kind of, make sure whatever initiatives you want, be it on the L&D or on HR or whatever, how do you actually kind of, have that impact? How do you create that impact? And because today well-being there becomes very critical, because that means that their physical well-being will talk about also the well-being of the customer who comes and eats, right? I think there's a lot related to that. Given that, what are your thoughts, Kiran? You'd like to add something more?
See, in terms of staff, in terms of their well-being, we also have teams that are deployed across the regions, where they meet the team members and talk about their grievances or talk about troubles that they're going through while during these COVID phases. So we scatter it amongst each one of us and we talk to them. There's more people connect that's happening. So it's more psychological, I feel, in terms of on the floor. How do we ensure their well-being? First is to let's keep letting them know that they're being taken care of and we are in constant conversation. Of course, and then these grievances like money and other things and illnesses, all those kind of things do come up, and how we ensure that they're being addressed. Sometimes those are the small things that make a big difference in terms of in that service aspects. So it's something as simple as that.
So how do you build trust with them? That being L&D, I'm sure you must have a lot of programs on that count, right?
Yeah, in terms of we have this why program and why are we doing what we're doing and how do we want to build on certain things, and in terms of the fact that we are recognizing them for going the extra mile and letting them know that we are around and giving them facilities and provisions helps us build trust with them, and in constant connection and letting them know that they're doing an awesome job and engaging their family in in the entire well-being program that we have. So helps them believe that they are in the right place, and trust is the key element that is engaging both us as well. I mean, the company as well as the team members down there, despite of the distances that are there. Yeah. And I think WhatsApp works.
Oh yeah, I think.
Yeah, so we do that. We talk, just talk like Alex just said, without an agenda. So these are the times where without an agenda really works, and sometimes it's just a being to the other beings, which otherwise they wouldn't have reached out. And I see when communication is that simple and clear, it goes miles, and trust is built slowly when it's consistently done. Yeah, and not the fact that we don't have people are still around and long serving. So that in itself is very heartening and encouraging.
Great. It's not a very easy job for you, I'm sure.
It's constant, and it's a culture. It's a culture, and everybody should live that. Not just, it starts from every exchange of words, not just up to down, horizontal as well. Everybody. So can't say we aced it, but yeah, we're getting there, and we're learning. So.
Great. Yeah, I'm sure that's what we're all doing, and especially in an industry like yours, it becomes even more important. So maybe my next questions to Manavi, how can we integrate the well-being in the flow of work to make it more sustainable, Manavi? What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah. So, right now, if you see, we've done a phenomenal job of addressing, concerns of employees, both in the first, second, and now the third wave. So well-being, we all have discussed, has become quite a critical area. It has become a priority, and people have, focused on that. What happens after the pandemic? There will be a time, I'm sure, when all this thing is over. What happens to these wellness initiatives? There have been research which there was a research which I came across, which has claimed that employees are looking for workplaces that address mental, social, and physical well-being. Okay, so in this discussion on Great Resignation, one of the things that has come out is that people are looking for organizations where all these things are taken seriously. And because the long-lasting work from home has taken a very heavy toll on social and mental toll on people, people are also looking at the well-being gains that they have enjoyed. They want this to be taken forward in the long term. So organizations have to focus on well-being. So this is not something that was like a short-term measure. And because it was pandemic, we attended to your mental, physical, emotional well-being. And now if everything is over, things are back to normal. So this is a good data point. There's a lot of research which has been done. And in fact, there was a Deloitte Human Capital Survey report 2021, which has which mentioned that integrating well-being in the flow of work is going to be a vital aspect in a post-pandemic world for most organizations. So this is a very critical thing which all of us, because we all have taken initiatives, well-being initiatives for our employees, we have to think that what is the next step. So is it, instead of making it a check the box program, are we doing something which is more sustainable? So, there are so many things which, some things that I can think about which we can, we can do. Few things that few organizations have been doing, and we can also, we can have a discussion and we can see. One of the things is that, well-being being taken seriously as a theme or a value in the organization. Like I told you that our chairman has mentioned that health and well-being is one of the themes for 2022. So that is being there. That's something which is going to be seriously taken by the organization. Some organizations, again, research shows that they have, added well-being goals in their performance reviews. So, rewarding employees who model behaviors related to well-being, recognize those employees who are taking ownership of well-being. So those things, these are few things which it could be a beginning or a, baby steps towards making well-being as a part of the organization. So one is, making it as a part of our process reviews. Second is support from senior leadership, where, open dialogue, transparency is very critical. And Alex has, already spoken a lot on this. So I would not, add more. So, it is very important that leadership is, talking about well-being and makes it a priority and models self-care. So that is very, very important. Then third is that, we all have done surveys and collected data during the pandemic. Like in my organization, we did a lot of surveys, and I'm sure. So you look into that data. Most of the time, you can actually make sense of data, and you can see and design well-being programs, and you can take cues from the data, that how do we use this data to design initiatives for the organization. Are you listening to what the employees are trying to tell you? So these are few things that we can do to make learning, or sorry, to make well-being as a part of the organization, and well-being in the flow of work.
Great.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, these definitely are required, and leadership, I think their blessings are the most critical at the end of the day. That's very important. Great. I mean, how much more time do we have, Lawrence? I mean, because that we started the session late, because I had a question. Lawrence or Meenakshi there? I mean, just to tell us a
Yes,
time
sir.
check.
Yes, sir. Just balance 5 minutes to go.
5 minutes? Okay.
Yes,
So what
we do
we'll
have
do
audience
is,
questions. Sorry, sir. We do have audience questions on the chat box. If you could just make a note of them.
I'm not able to, anybody could see the questions on the chat box? I have a problem with I just forward.
Can I read out?
Yeah, Lawrence, I think it makes sense,
Yeah. The first question is, how does one determine whether the new work environment is conducive or detrimental to well-being?
Who wants to take this?
I would perhaps add, jury is still out.
Yeah.
That is a situation we are in. I think instead of, I think we don't know, right, how it will play out, and long-term impact of some of these, changes in our lives. There are some pros and there are some cons, but I think important thing is, how do we navigate some of these challenges in a way that we are able to manage both work as well as life. The word work-life balance has found a new meaning, I would assume. It's more about integration and making sure that we are able to live both the purposes in a way that we enjoy both the journey, right? So that's very important for all of us to note, and organizations are responding to it. I think these are important part of people charter. They are no more a lip service agenda. These are the ones which will make it or break it from the perspective of how organizations function, deliver the superior results by taking care of people. So people have become center of organizational agenda, I would say. I think that is something which will take us long way in terms of moving the needle on people experience and delivering value to the overall environment which you're part of.
Great. Yeah, Naveen. So Lawrence, are there any more questions?
Yeah, one last question. How can we show a case of business benefits from employee wellness initiatives? I repeat, how can we show a case of business benefits from employee wellness initiatives?
Show case of business benefit from wellness? I'm not sure. It's a very, very tough question. I think who wants to take this? I mean, I don't think anybody would like to do that.
I can try to attempt.
Yeah, Alex, please.
I think, rather than looking at employee, wellness as a tool to get benefits, I think it is important that to understand that it is the basic hygiene that is required. If an employee, let's look at each one of us. If an employee doesn't feel cared for, there is no reason why the employee should care about what is important to the company. I think it's a mutual, two-way path that, I know that this company cares for me, the company cares for my well-being, my physical well-being, they're really invested and interested in me. Only then you can expect that kind of commitment that I will do whatever it takes to ensure that this company is successful and I'm delivering what I am, expected to deliver. I think it's a two-way street, and there are n number of articles on engagement, how engagement and productivity go hand in hand. So I don't think we need to reestablish that again. But the fact is, employee well-being is a basic aspect. I think there is no need to even prove a benefit out of it. It is basic hygiene, and that's something that all employees or prospective employees are coming to expect. If there are companies who don't focus on it, I think eventually they lose out to the other ones who do.
Anybody else? Manvi, you want to add something to that?
I think I completely agree with what Alex has said. And, these are too early days for this initiative. I think, there will be a way, because, any program, any intervention, we will have business benefits, but these are too early days to, look into that. We should see it as a hygiene factor. And, the reason has been very clearly explained by Alex.
I only hope the question was not from a business leader.
So Venkat, maybe just to add,
please, Mehta.
Just like Manvi and Alex are saying, it's become a hygiene, and the fact that today people are expecting it is also starting to be seen where there is trust. I think Naveen also touched upon the point of trust. The kind of innovation that people are coming up with different ways of solving customer solutions. There are various things that are happening because that trust and the fact that the organizations are making wellness a large part of their, not just a people charter, but a business charter. The fact that there is sponsorship coming from the top. I just like the fact that you said how Tata's was synonymous to something now is going to become synonymous to probably everybody, because it's going to be a given. So I think the fact innovation that's thriving, that productivity is happening, that people want to contribute, and that commitment are itself business cases to say that, if you're not going to give this, then it's not going to translate to anything. So hygiene, but it's starting to show the fact that Great Resignation, how are we controlling attrition, where is it that people want to stay? So these are all clear business cases that are coming to say that if you're not going to have it, people are not, it's a very strong part of an employee value proposition that people are looking for today. So I think
in fact, I also wanted to add, we come from the service thing. It's very clear that when a captain or a waiter serves with happiness, the guest is also happy, and it's a very dulce connect. And how do we gauge it? On NPS scores, and you have people coming in more frequently. It's the people connect. Somebody's going to come, hey, this guy is there. He's going, and it's happiness radiates happiness. And eventually that's the output of well-being. So happy people serve better and guests become happy, and that's so contagious.
Great.
I think
Naveen, good, Pierre. I think it's a good point. NPS is what we look at, and if that is relating, it's correlation is there, it's good. So Naveen, you want to add something? I think.
No, I think I completely agree with what has been told. I guess if somebody wants a business case, just don't do this for some time. You will know the business case. Great Resignation is a theme which is running, and that's primarily because things are not being taken care, and Gen Zs don't care whether they have a job or not. If they don't like the environment, if you don't take care of a few things which according to them is basic, perhaps you will lose out to the ones who do it well.
Yeah, very true, very true. Great. So I think a lovely session. Thank you, panelists. You made it so interesting. We get back. I'm sure the participants would have loved this session, and employee well-being becomes very critical for organizations, and it's going to be part of life in our daily lives in the companies. So thank you, panelists, and thank you, RAI.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to the entire panel, led by Mr. B. Venkatramana. Thank you so much, Mr. Alex Matthew. Thank you, Ms. Manvi Pathak. Thank you, Ms. Smita Satyanarayan. Thank you, Mr. Naveen Kumar Nirlaje. Thank you, Perline Pinto. Thank you collectively for a wonderful final session. But before we actually bring this to a close, I'd like to thank our partners and associates, our platinum partner, Reliance Retail Limited, gold partner, Disperse, e-learning partner, Tesseract Learning Private Limited, event partner, B-Shop, gifting partner, Soulflower and Shopper Stop, business networking partner, RAI Global Linker, charity partner, Train, magazine partner, Storai. We'd like to invite all our participants and delegates to visit the expo area, which will remain open for you and you can get ready for your quiz and win vouchers by visiting these stalls and getting prepared. Now we've got the answers to the two questions we had asked earlier. What is the brand new product from B Sharp used for live quiz and quick learning? The answer is Learn B, Learnbee. And the winner of this gift voucher is Gautam SB of CKC Sons. Gautam, you'll have a gift voucher from Soulflower in your mailbox very shortly. The second question, which company is an AI-powered skills capability building suite helping enterprises unlock business potential by enabling organization-wide skilling initiatives? The answer is Disperse. And the winner for this is Shweta Hegde from Prakash Retail Limited. Shweta, you will also find that gift voucher from Soulflower in your inbox. I remind you once again that tomorrow morning, 11 a.m. to 1 p.m., we've got the finals of the Retail Learning and Development Awards, where our 9 finalists will make their final presentation before our grand jury. You're all invited to join us. The same link on Zoom, you can join us on that and get set for an exciting morning. And we begin the business sessions in the afternoon at 2 p.m. Also, reminding you that we will be sending you on your email ID a feedback link, the Litmus feedback link. Kindly do give us your feedback about today's sessions. Okay, we've got 2 questions which we'll give you right now. It can help you win gift vouchers. You can rush to the expo area. The answers are all there. Send in your answers and we'll announce the winners and the correct answers tomorrow morning. This is question code number 6. Question code 6. Approximately how many transactions per hour happen at Reliance Retail? Approximately how many transactions per hour happen at Reliance Retail? That's question code 6. And question code 9. Who is the e-learning partner for Retail L&D Summit 2022? Question code 9. Who is the e-learning partner for Retail L&D Summit 2022? You got about 30 seconds, but if you can do it faster, so much the better. Of course, you need to be correct. So we'll see you tomorrow at 11 a.m. for the grand finale of the Retail L&D Awards, and then after that at 2 p.m. for the panel discussions. On behalf of the team from RAI, Dr. Lawrence Fernandez and the team, thank you very much for being here, all of you, on day one, making it so very memorable. We look forward to an equally wonderful day tomorrow. Till then, good evening, God bless. Have a great evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Hugo.
Thank you, Lawrence. Thank you so much.